spinning on it back to back, on the turntables back to back, and spinning on it back to back, on it back to back, and spinning on it back to back, on the turntables back to back, and spinning on it back to back, on it back to back, and spinning on it back to back, on the turntables back to back, and spinning on it spinning on the turntables, spinning on it back.
And hello, howdy do, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday, July the 11th, 2025. And we're here! Hi, everybody. Hello, welcome. It is Stream. It is Strem. I hope you guys are all well. Let me see. Whomst is here. That way I may say hello and welcome. And also let me pop out my chat so that it is not a permanent fixture of my browser window and I can actually work with other things around it. Hello and welcome, Bladed Fox, Croy, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic, Jay, Mixtro, and Teeter. Hi! Dude, Croy, you started playing Atlas today. Oh my gosh, you picked the perfect time to start playing the game because, it just got an update, and it's a big update. That's why I chose to put this art on screen this week, because the big update I was waiting for, countless other people were waiting for Atlas came out this week, and they added a ton of new stuff, a ton of polished new textures, a new harder version of currently the last available dungeon, new weapons, new armor, so good. It's amazing. It's fantastic. It's so good. I've been looking forward to it, and it's absolutely been worth the wait. You can have up to 105 character slots now, which is like, wow. I don't know if I'm ever going to fill up 105 character slots, but I certainly know Dan probably is going to, because you give that man a character creator and he goes to town. Now we have Gideon, Croy, Mixtro, Dan, and me as the resident Atlas players. And Ouija bought it too. I don't know if he's gonna play it much, but I know he has it now. So it's like, Oh my goodness. Oh golly. But yeah, probably should start playing Atlas again soon. It's been a while, and I heard there's a lot going on with the recent update. Oh yeah, and there's more to come. The level cap is now, so the previous level cap from the early access version was 25. The level cap is now 40. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot. They completely overhauled the overworld, and so now it's like a very, it's like a bigger, almost sort of open world kind of area with different nooks and crannies and places to explore, and it's far more open-ended, and it's less kind of like a, okay, this is a hallway with a room here and a room here and a room and a door there. It's much more like, okay, this is a big wide open field, and you can explore and do stuff in it, and it's so fleeping cool, and I love it. It is, the way you hype up this game, I might just have to buy it. It is $5. It is $5 on Steam right now. Steam summer sale. It's $5. I am not sponsored, but I will gas this game up until the day I die because I love it. Well, I got stuck on the character creation screen because I love the designs a lot. I know what you mean, Croy, because like I've made now 4 characters. I have 4 separate characters that I've made, and keep in mind this is all from the pre-release version. I have 4 separate characters that I've made that all have different play styles that I kind of flip-flop back and forth between, or among rather. And like while I was at work the other day, I was like, what if I made like, what if I made like a battle medic type character who like all of their stats and whatnot are put into offense, but they use like mage weapons that are enchanted to use your power stat, and like it's this like maybe he'd be like a big tall dragon dude, and you think, oh, he's gonna be a fighter, and it's like, no, he's actually the healer of the party. And oh my gosh, I love this game so much. Although in terms of character slots, I'm still attached to my first avatar. Guess you could say I'm loyal to her. Lol. Having 105 slots is insane. I can't imagine making so many. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, granted, I play as one character, the most of the character in this art that you see on the right, that is Phlox. He is totally not, well, he's Sherwood adjacent, let's put it that way. He's not Sherwood, but he's sort of like, he was the character I made first in the demo. I'm like, I want to make a character that suits my sensibilities, and they're going to kind of be Sherwood, but they're not Sherwood. And he's the character I play the most. He's the character I play as most. He's currently at level 22. And then I have my healer character, well, my mage character, Syri, who's this bird, and she's level 20 now. And then there's Liam, who's a, I forget the name of the mice Jerboa class of characters. And he's like level 18, and then I have Garia, who is a fish, who is a menace, and she's level 16. And so they kind of all trickle down like that. It's so much fun. I love it. Heal with your muscles, correct. Yes, strong medic. When it comes to character creators, I tell myself I won't make a lot, but then I get carried away with it. Oh yeah, and like all of my characters have lore. You can blame Dan for that. Where like when he first like started showing me the characters he made, he's like, oh yeah, this one is... They're connected to this character via this way, and with this going on in the world, and with lore that I'm making up now, because this game doesn't have a lot available at the time, and keep in mind, this is us playing off of the demo initially. And so, like, over time, I've wound up developing, like, personalities, and lore, and history for all the characters I have, and it's just, I love this game. This game encourages creativity on such a massive scale. For me, in terms of creating characters and coming up with stories for them, and what their whole shtick and their deal is. I love it. Highly recommend it. $5 on Steam right now. And that's like 50% off. So even when the Steam summer sale ends, it's still going to be $10. That's a really good. For a game I've poured roughly... I think I've poured about 40 hours into it now. For a game I've put 40 hours into it now, best $10 I've spent on Steam. Hands down. So when's it coming to Mac? Man, I know I keep saying it, but I gotta keep saying it. No, I get it, Teeter. I want you to be able to play this game too. I hope... I know that the developer's working on a bunch of updates and a bunch of stuff in the background, so hopefully it'll come to Steam sooner or later. I'm not sure exactly when. I'm to Mac sooner or later. I don't know what the difference is, because obviously they're completely different operating systems and the machines are built differently, even though a lot of computers are built very the same nowadays. I've always been fascinated by why certain programs do work on Mac and don't work on PC, or do work on Windows and don't work on Mac. I'm very curious as to why. I guess because it's different coding languages. It's almost like you could say, oh well, kind of like what I was talking about last week with video game songs with lyrics covers. How it's almost like taking two different languages and trying to swap the words around. I guess it's a matter of, think of like I guess OS, like Windows is like Portuguese, and Mac as what's a language very different from Portuguese? Chinese. And so it's a matter of trying to be like, okay, yeah, these are completely linguistically different. The words don't just magically line up. You need to account for dialect and diction and all that whatnot. And so it's kind of, I would imagine it's kind of like that, but from a coding standpoint. I hope soon, someday, man, someday. When it comes to character creating, oh, I read that message already. Or even a console port, that would be cool with crossplay. If it ever comes to Switch, which would be amazing, I'm gonna sink even more time into it. But yeah, I figure we'll without much further ado, even though we'll probably wind up talking about things along the way, we'll get into Paper Mario. Let's see. Yep, despite how good the game is, it's dirt cheap. But I know mobile gaming has a stigma. But I have a mobile/tablet port would be nice too. It would be. If that ever wound up happening, that would be freaking rad, and I would be so down with it. The only thing I could see being difficult with, say, a mobile port of Atlas, but I guess it could work, because like League of Legends, I think, is on mobile. And Pokemon Unite, too, is like all your different skills and spells. I guess you could just like tap those instead of having those be bound to numbers. Yeah, I guess it could probably work. I guess a matter of the controls being different doesn't always factor in when you can just touch things on the screen. Hello, Mario Simpson. Welcome to the stream. I posted a big and ambitious video this week. Not doing too well in views, though. That's okay. Listen, sometimes you gotta make stuff for you, you know? Sometimes you gotta get stuff out there and make it and be like, you know what? This only attracted a very small niche audience. But hey, that's okay. It's my niche audience. The people who came out listened to me ramble about a thing that I love, and that's cool. I found like-minded individuals, and they like the thing. Nice. Sometimes you gotta make stuff for you, and then people will come. People will come, right? Baseball. But yeah, I bought a shirt this week. Wait, before we get in, I want to show the shirt that I purchased. I purchased a shirt, and it is my new favorite shirt. Let me quickly grab a picture of this. Where did I leave the picture of the shirt? Here it is. I bought a shirt. So I wear these bright, colorful, noisy Hawaiian shirts. I wear them to work because they are very thin and they're very cool. So I can survive in a upwards of 100, 110, 115 degree greenhouse all day long at work, and also being outside and in the sunlight and whatnot. I can survive thanks to these very thin, airy, light shirts that I wear. And so I'd remembered a while back, because I am a big Mr. Mario fan. I remembered a while back, I'm like, I wonder if anyone makes like the Mario Sunshine Hawaiian shirt. And I looked at different websites and whatnot, and I found them for like $50, $40, expensive stuff. So this past a couple weeks ago, though, I decided, I'm just gonna look on eBay. I'm gonna see if I can find something. I found one that was $25 after shipping, and I'm like, you know what? That's a great deal. I hope they've got it in my size. It's the last one. So you know what I did? I bought the funny Mario Sunshine shirt. That's me. That's me in my funny Mario Sunshine shirt. Here it is, buttoned up and tucked into my pants, which is how I typically wear my shirts at work. This shirt, there's a shirt under this shirt because I was wearing the red shirt at work, and then this came in the mail, and it was there when I got home, and I just wanted to try it on real quick. Normally I just wear the shirt, and that's it. Real life Gideon jump scare. Whoa. Look, everybody. It's the hair from Pets Cats 2. And yeah, this shirt is fantastic. It is phenomenal. It has a pocket. You can't really see it very well in this picture. Hi, Gideon. It has a pocket on the front. There was customization options on the listing, where they were like, hey, you know, if you want like a pocket or something, you can specify and get it with a pocket. So I got it with a pocket. And the pocket fabric is perfectly matched and aligned with the pocket, with the fabric of the shirt. And so the pocket is practically invisible. And the shirt is so light. It's perfect. I you know, as I'm at work throughout the day, obviously, one perspires and little beads of water form on your body. And they're there to cool your body down so that when the air hits you, you get cool. That's what we sweat for, right? And so I'm out there, it's a hot day, sweating is happening, right? I feel a breeze blow by and it cuts right through the shirt and I instantly feel cooled down. To quote Ned Flanders, it almost felt like I was wearing nothing at all. It's such a good shirt. I love it. It's honestly of the like 13 Hawaiian shirts that I have now. Wow, I think it might be my second favorite. It is, and it's wonderful. Let's Paper Mario. Draw Sherwood with that shirt? I might. I actually might. I've drawn Sherwood wearing Hawaiian shirts before. I've sketched and doodled at work even more Sherwood summertime drawings. So you know what? Maybe I will. I might just. That might happen. Sherwood wearing the Mario Sunshine Delfino shirt. Let's see, thanks. It's just I put so much thought and passion into it. I want as many people as possible to see my ideas, no matter how niche it is. I mean, that's fair. Honestly, that's fair. There's nothing wrong with wanting your work to get out there. I can understand that. I've certainly had projects and things in the past that I've put a lot of effort into, and that haven't gotten much traction. But even so, I find it's the small handful of people that do wind up showing up and be like, hey, cool thing. That make it all the sweeter. I remember years ago when I was when I turned 18, I had this big birthday party, right? I had this big birthday party when I turned 18. It was this big sort of almost like Great Gatsby style garden party in my backyard, right? And I had invited about 25 to 30 people, I think. I ordered food. I had all this stuff. A friend of mine who did catering, you know, catered it. It was great. Huge party. And of the about 30 people that I invited, some of which were family members, only about 8 people showed up. And it was incredibly disheartening. It was heartbreaking. I was really sad because all these people that were important to me and important to my life, I thought they were gonna show up for this birthday party I was throwing that I invited them all personally to and made little invitations for. And I remember at the time, even during the party, I was sad and worried about it, and I was worried that people didn't show up. And my mom was like, "Hey, don't worry about it. Don't be focused on all of the people that didn't show up for the party tonight, and instead just focus on and enjoy all the people that are here. Don't worry about the people that don't show up. Just enjoy the people that you've got here tonight." And you know what? I think those are very good words of advice to remember in all things. In a lot of things. In many much things. How many coins do I have? I have 6 coins! We're gonna go do some grinding real quick. Let's see. Let's see. But yeah. And you know what? I wound up enjoying the rest of that party and having a great time with the friends who did show up. They were the real ones. W life lesson. Agreed. The desert. I need to go to the desert to get the monies. Actually, before I focus on the monies, I should focus on the letters. So, I am currently missing about 5 star pieces, which is mysterious and baffling. And I'm not sure where they are exactly. But apparently, there are a few letters that I missed, that I forgot to find and deliver. So, those should hold some of the secrets. What is a man? Nothing but a miserable little pile of missing letters. So those should hopefully have some of the star pieces that I'm missing. Let's see. It's kind of funny how, as an artist, the art that you want to blow up only reaches a small group among while then you make something you would consider low effort and it gets great views. No, it's true. I've had that happen so many times where like I put my heart and soul into like an art piece. I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna do numbers. This is gonna go wild. And it's like, oh, 20 likes, 5 retweets. Okay. The next day, I'm going to post a funny meme I made in 5 minutes. 3,000 likes, 2,000 retweets. But that's fine. I'm okay. Honestly, I think it's funny. I think it's funny when that happens. And you know what? Whether it's something I made that I put a lot of effort into, obviously that feels more gratifying. Not to say it doesn't feel gratifying, right? To think that something I put a lot of heart and soul and effort into, people really enjoyed. But sometimes you catch people in different places. And sometimes the stuff you make catches people in different places. At the end of the day, as long as I made somebody smile or laugh, whether it was with art that I poured my heart into, or a funny meme that made me laugh personally, I'm cool with that. But that's just me. Let's see. Teeter sent me something. What did Teeter send me? Teeter, are you already sending me funnies? Hey guys, you want to see a really cool... Okay, spot the difference. Spot the difference, right? Here's... Can you spot the difference? Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. I love T-posing Odyssey Mario with his I love him. I love T-posing Odyssey Mario. He's beautiful. He is T-posing to assert his dominance on my stream. Yeah. I need to whack a tree while I'm here. Let's see. The room with the snowmen has a letter that apparently I missed. They are the same. Correct. It's a me. That's a me in that photo. Wearing my shirt. It's a me. Mario. Woohoo! Let's see. Social media attention is fickle at the end of the day. It is. It is fickle. And I mean, if you're making art to please an algorithm, then, you know, that's fine. But it is, I think it's kind of true that oftentimes it's the art that comes from the heart. You can't spell art without, you can't spell heart without art. Oftentimes does get the least attention. But again, you know, it's fine. It's less the gratification, right? The gratification of an audience applause is, there's nothing like it. It's incredible. But, at the same time, the satisfaction of, hey, I made this thing. And before I made this thing, it didn't exist. But now it exists. And I made it. Sometimes I'm at the very end of my current sketchbook. My current sketchbook, I am on the last page of. I'm doodling and sketching something for a future stream on I think the third to last page, but then there's a birthday doodle on the page after that, and then the next page is the last page and it's blank. And I often think about when I get to the end of a sketchbook, I think about when I started this, it was empty. Every single page in this book, before I started drawing in it, was completely blank. There was nothing here. It was devoid of any doodles or notes or anything. And half of those drawings get finished and finalized and digital work done and get posted online or used for streams, and half of them don't go anywhere. Half of them just stay in there as sketches and nobody ever sees them but me. But I get to at least walk away from them with the satisfaction, thinking to myself, hey, before I came in and opened up this book and started drawing in it, there was nothing here. There was nothing here. Just a bunch of blank grids on paper. And now, it's full of stuff. Isn't that neat? I don't know. That's just me. The satisfaction of knowing I filled this book is oftentimes more gratifying. That's what it is. The long-lasting gratification of looking at my sketchbook and looking at my old sketchbooks and thinking, hey, I filled this whole thing. sometimes is so much more enriching than the fleeting satisfaction, that temporary satisfaction of seeing, oh, hey, this did numbers on social media. I don't know. I think it's this tree I have to whack. When I was 11, I forgot about my best friend at the time's birthday and didn't went. I still feel bad. Huh? I look away from chat for 5 seconds and the tree just out of there. Neat. Okay. That friend was actually kind of a bully, and they're still a bad person nowadays anyway. Well, then maybe, you know, maybe you dodged a bullet on that one. Maybe, I'd say maybe it was for the best that you didn't go to that birthday party. I think there's another letter I missed back this way, actually. Behind a rock? I think I might have grabbed that, but I'm gonna go up that way to check anyway, and I'll get some money along the way. I definitely did. Oh, I'm sorry, Croy. I have to go now. My planet needs me. It even made the slide whistle. That was perfect. Let's see, my idea of videos tend to not get many views anyway. I wonder if I'm doing something wrong that YouTube is picky about. Probably not. It's just a matter of niche subject is niche, that's all. You know, these things happen. I wouldn't say it's necessarily anything wrong on your part. It's just a matter of whether or not there is the, you know, the awareness of the subject at hand. And the integrally with that, you know, is their interest in that specific subject, because is it obscure? The more obscure something is, it tends to be the less interest there is in it, obviously. So yeah, but that's okay. You making your thing, think about it this way. There might not be a lot of attention on it now, but that's the thing about YouTube videos. You'll have a YouTube video that will be up for 3 days, and you'll have like no views on it. And then a couple months later, for whatever reason, it'll blow up. The YouTube algorithm, I'm about to die. Oh no. Please don't kill the Mario. That... Oh no. Please let Mario get... oh no, that's gonna start Mario's turn, and Mario's turn is gonna be skipped because he's frozen. Okay. 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 Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Bye-bye. Woohoo! Okay. If there has ever been a time for the Fang laugh, now is it. Bingo! Yeah! Wow! I'm gonna go heal. That... Let's go gambling! Oh no, no, you don't see me. Go away. You're gonna go away. I'm gonna lure you over here, and then I'm gonna run past you. Wow. I don't know what the odds of that are, but that was some luck. I need to go gambling, apparently. Apparently I need to go gambling. Between that and the whatchamajig and the pigs the little oinks last week, apparently I need to hit up the casino. Okay. Wow. Holy mackerel. Holy Toledo. Jiminy crickets. Holy Marklin. Sweet merciful heavens. I am taking this ice potato. This is the good luck potato. Become one with the Jerboa. Start a casino. Here's an idea. I'll become one with the Jerbo and I'll rob the casino. It was Crystal Starluck from Admiral Bobbery. It was! I was blessed by my Admiral Bobbery profile picture on my Nintendo Switch. Wow. Well, I don't even know where to go from there. Okay. Whoo doggy. Okay. I've been doing a lot of doodling at work. BRB making a clip. Good. Thank you, Teeter. Please clip that. Please clip that. Wow. That doesn't kill the Mario. That does not kill the Mario. That almost killed the Mario. But that didn't kill the Mario. Okay. What was but yeah. So, stuff's been slowing down at work a bit lately. Obviously we're running down on our inventory and hours have been slightly cut back. This week has been the first proper full week of my July schedule. I have enjoyed a day off today, and I have Saturday off too, which is awesome. I rarely get Saturdays off, or Fridays for that matter, and let me tell you, like, not having to worry about, like, okay, I'm getting off of work, and I have to go home, and then I have to eat dinner. Do I have time to take a shower? I'm streaming at 7:30. I can do it, I can manage it, I've been managing it, but it gets a little tight, it gets a little tough. Not having to worry about that this week, where it's like, oh, I'm streaming tonight, but I don't have to be anywhere all day long. This is great, is wonderful. Okay, I think I did get that letter. It would have been behind this rock. Well, then at least I know it's been collected. I did double check. I double checked earlier because I wasn't sure. I have not spoiled myself as to the contents of Bowser's Castle. However, I did check, and it would seem there are no star pieces in Bowser's Castle, which is great. That is fantastic. So any and all the star pieces that I've missed are hiding somewhere here on the overworld. What in Sam Hill was that? Well, let me have a little look-see. Let me have a little look-see at what that was in Discord. I'm howling at the moon. Ooh! Gaming Yoshi Fanatic, do you mind if I share that delightful artwork you posted today in this? Oh. Okay, we're back. We're back. I can share it. Hooray! Check out this great art from Gaming Yoshi Fanatic. Really cool stuff. I mean, when isn't it cool stuff? Your art is fantastic, my guy. Really cool art of none other than Leon from F-Zero. Look at this dude! Look at this dude. This guy is so freaking cool. I love this guy. F-Zero has a wolf man, and he's cool. And he's got scars on his face. Again, I love this style. This like, you know, sort of fighting games, character select style you're going for, my guy. Really cool. I like how almost like with the pose he's doing, how the strikes, not strikes, the streaks in the background almost kind of look like sort of claw marks in the background. That is so cool. Really good pose and a wonderful perspective. A+ stuff right here, my guy. Great art. So good. Fantastic. Clip is made. Going into the Discord. Good. Thank you. Yeah, the only collectible in the final chapter is a badge from a pink block. Oh, cool. Yeah, I read that too, so I figure I'm not gonna kill myself if the if there's like one badge missing. I'll know like, okay, that's waiting for me in Bowser's Castle. Drawing buff puppers is my passion. You know what? It ain't much, but it's honest work. What was the mayor's voice? Mario, I do believe we've saved all 7 star spirits. Now all you have to do is defeat Bowser and bring back the Star Rod so that the world can be peaceful again. And all those poor kidnapped people can come back. I wish to the stars you'll win. Oh, I need Paracarry. No, don't hit the old man. Get Paracarry. There were so many good ways to... There were so many good ways to start and end the clip, but I think you'll like it. Thank you. I'll check that out after the stream. You're Mayor Penguin of Shiver City, correct? Name's Paracarry. I deliver letters. I believe I have one for you. Hang on a moment. Letter. Another letter duly delivered. Postman's job is never done. For me? Oh, it's from Yoshi Village. I don't know where that is, but I bet it's pretty far away. I'll read this later. Thank you very much. Oh, hang on. I'll give you this star piece. And how many do I have? I think I have none currently. That is 1. I need 4 more, which means there's 4 star pieces I missed somewhere. Sent you a silly jump scare in our DMs. Oh? What you send me, Mixtro? What you got? What's this? What's that? You need a new best friend. Look at this. 3D Cinna stares at you. I hired this Cinna to stare at you. She's adorable. Oh, that's good stuff. I like that a lot. Very nice. She's just hanging out in Blender. She's in Blender Town. Let's see. Let me check my pictures of the letters. Let's see. Dry desert. Which one is that? Mario should hit the tree at Colorado's excavation site after Colorado removed his camp. I did not do that, so let's go do that. I need to go whack trees. The running theme of tonight's stream is whacking trees. Gideon's murdering the mayor again. No, it's not me, it's Mario. Mario's murdering the mayor again. It's got very hot in here. Perhaps it's with all the murder accusations running around. Let's see. Oh. Don't need to talk to you anymore, mister. I've already got your stars pieces. As I should mention, the Cinna model was made by Mango, which I commissioned a while back. Very nice. Heck yeah. I don't know why, but I've been getting into the mood of commissioning art friends lately. I don't know what's come over me, but I'm like, huh, I can throw money at my friends and support them, and they'll draw things for me. This is a win-win. No one loses in this situation. Everyone comes out happy. I get art, they get money, we both leave happy. Oh. Gideon, are you on Art Fight? I'm not. I want to do Art Fight. I've been so busy or tired. I haven't had time. If I don't do it this year, I'll totally do it next year. That's what Gideon said last year. I want to do Art Fight. You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna get in on Art Fight like the day after it ends. Or no, the day before it ends rather. Will be like that'll be the day. That'll be the day that I join Art Fight. And when like everyone's already like, I'm done doing Art Fight for the year. No more Art Fight. I'm done fighting with the art. That'll be the day. I'll do it next year. Remember these words, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I will remember those words, Teeter. Just like how I will remember your words about healing. Let's see. There is no letter there. Maybe I got it already? Or was... Ha! See, last year I joined in the middle of the month. Oh, nice! I mean, it's almost the middle of the month. So maybe I'll join the middle of the month, too. I did just finish Sherwood's new reference sheet. So I have that at least. And I have a couple other characters that don't have exactly defined reference sheets, but at least do have full body drawings of them that I can use for reference purposes. And reference porpoises. Because the fish need to be involved too. Except the porpoise might not be a fish, the porpoise might be a mammal. The porpoise is laughing. Goodbye. I don't remember what room Colorado's campsite was in. It might have been in the next room over? This is not Colorado's campsite room. It wasn't far from town. Hit the tree. Which tree is that exactly? It's by a rock. It's by a big rock. Don't forget the map I gave you. Oh yeah, that's right, you gave me the map. Mario Wiki also has a really good map too. Yes, this is an accurate GIF. This GIF is in fact correct. This was me 5 seconds ago. This is a GIF you can hear. I look at this GIF, and all I hear is... I can hear this GIF. That's staying. That's going right here. Mamma mia. Oh, this is the map. Where do you wish to go? Look at all those heads. These are the faces of evil. See, I'll probably join Art Fight next year. This July is a little too much for me to handle it alongside the Art Fight. Yeah, AF? Oh yeah, Art Fight, yeah. I love how I said the thing that was abbreviated, and then I was like, wait, was that the thing I meant to say? Was that correct? I really need to stop second-guessing myself. Yeah. I got jump scared by that bandit just now. He just came out of nowhere. He was coming right at me, man! Wow. He's got the map, he's got the map, he's got the map! That's Thousand Year Door in a nutshell. He's got the map. You know what I was thinking about this past week? I have a game theory, right? I have a theory about Thousand Year Door. So, in Thousand Year Door, the X-Nauts have one of the crystal stars from the very beginning of the game. You start Thousand Year Door, they already have one. They initially had the map, which they used to lure in Peach, which was like kind of the initial trap that was set, and then they used, presumably they used the map to find one of the crystal, well actually no, they couldn't have used the map to find one of the crystal stars because none of the locations were on the map yet. Either way, they found one of the crystal stars. Here we go! This is going to Goomba in Goomba Village. So they start out the game with one of the crystal stars, which is the crystal star, which is the one you get from defeating Lord Crump when you visit their base on the moon, right? But it's never established where they found that first crystal star. At least I don't believe it is. But I have a theory, a game theory, as to where the crystal star was hiding. Also, I got some big news. I'll go to a week-long cosplay convention during the week after the next one, so it will be amazing. Heck yeah, my guy! What cosplay you doing? Whom's you going cosplaying as? That's what I want to know. That's what Teeter wants to know. So in Rogueport, in the main central area of Rogueport, the central area, the hub area of town. Correction, the town square. My mistake on terminology. The town square, the area with the gallows in it, is situated directly above the Thousand Year Door. This is very easily noticeable by the way that the areas are constructed, and also during the final scene at the end of the game, when the sort of big sigil, the runes on the ground surrounding the pedestal shine up. They shine up around the gallows because it's in the same location. If you go down into Rogueport Sewer, however, there is a central town square area down there that is perfectly round and just so happens to be directly underneath the central area of main Rogueport and directly above the Thousand Year Door. And in the middle of that central town hub area, there is a fountain. A fountain that has these two little Parabuzzy statues on it, I'm going the wrong way, that are notably broken. The front of them is broken, and there's a big gap between the two of them. That is, it feels like there should be something there, but there is nothing there. Now, if we go into the Palace of Shadows, right? If we go into the Palace of Shadows, and we go to the area outside Riddle Tower, which is not directly below the Thousand Year Door, but has a very similar design to that sort of town central area, and obviously the outside of the Thousand Year Door itself. If we go to Riddle Tower, there's that area just outside where the boat panel is. that notably the boat panel is covered up by a statue that has a large stone carved star on the top, and it's this perfectly rounded out area. My theory is that the main crystal, or just the crystal star, the one that the X-Nauts had, that they first found, that sent them down the quest to try and get the rest of the crystal stars, was hidden in plain sight on top of that fountain in the main town square area of the Rogueport sewers, which could even be backed up. That theory could be backed up by the fact that in the Rogueport sewers, in that exact same town square hub room, is where the X-Nauts decided to build their teleporter to take them from the moon and back. That's my nutty 1,000-year door theory. But remember, it's just a theory. It must be pretty, I forget what Goompapa's voice sounded like. Must be pretty gloomy around the castle, huh? I'm sure the people there are dependent on you, Mario. The only way to help them is to beat Bowser and save Princess Peach. Please hurry. I don't have Parakarry with me. Here we go. Oh. Was it not? Oh, is it for Grandpa? Is it for Gramps? Grandpapa? Goombapa? Even out here, we hear stories of your remarkable deeds. Keep up the good work. You're Goompa, correct? The name's Parakarry. I deliver letters. I believe I have one. Excuse me, for you. Hang on a moment. Here you go. I have a smudge on my glasses. Let me just clean that off real quick. You know what's the worst? When you try to clean a smudge off your glasses, but your shirt is damp from sweat. That is what it is like at work when it's 120 degrees in the greenhouse, and like a flower petal will fall down and smear across the front of my glasses. I'm like, man, I have to go find something to clean this with now. I can't just use my shirt. Another letter duly delivered. The postman job is never done. Now what could this be? Koopa Koop? I have a bad feeling about this. I'll read it later. I can't blame you. I wouldn't want to read mail from that man either. It's probably the old coot's usual backstabbing gossip. Probably told somebody about the tape. He really needs to get out more. Stop asking people to do things for him so often. What's the point of sending all these gossipy letters, I know you're pretty busy, so thanks for delivering this. Why don't you take this as a token of my thanks? Star piece. I'm missing 3 now. Is it seriously 120 degrees in there? Because that is some hellish warmth. It's usually on a warm, hot, sunny, humid day, which we have a lot of those here in the summer. It'll usually be about 10 to 20 degrees hotter in the greenhouse than it is outside. So if it's a 90-degree day, if it's pushing 100, it'll be like upwards of 100, 110, 120. There have been days I've had to go up on a ladder to fix the dripper system we have that waters all the hanging baskets. Like one of the little hoses that is connected into that might fall out, or might be broken, or might be clogged, and might need to be changed out. So I'll have to get up on a ladder and climb up on a ladder high up into the roof of the greenhouse, near the roof, where big clear plastic roof that is making it even hotter in there, and I'm just like, this is a fate I would not wish on my worst enemy. Is another one in Dry Desert? Mario should hit the tree near dry output. I mean, I thought I did that already, but okay, I'll do that again. We're so dang close. We are 3 left, 3 short. Jeez, I honestly feel bad for you and your coworkers with this weather. Yeah. But that's why, so like at this time of year, usually what we do is as we start running down our, yeah, I think I've got that. I think I got that letter already. As we start wearing down our inventory and as we start running out of stuff to sell, that will be kind of when, oh, here we go. Morty in Koopa Village. You need to have a very high IQ to understand why we're taking this letter to this Koopa. So like as we start wearing down our stock, as we're running out of certain things, you know, spring annuals and some plants here and there, we start moving everything outside as best as we can. This is the wrong pipe. And usually, like, for example, it's July the 11th. We have a very, very limited selection of stuff that's actually in the greenhouse. It's mainly all just like hanging baskets, and then the rest of everything is outside. Just give me 1 second. Speaking of it being hot, I have a fan. I'm going to turn it on. Give me 1 second to plug this sucker in and turn him on. Fan! I'm a big fan of it being not hot now. I'm just gonna have this point this directly at my desk and hold it back. I'm terribly sorry if you hear air blowing into the microphone. I am presently melting. There we go. Guys, I got a fun joke. Want to hear it? Heck yes. Heck yes, I want to hear the fun joke. Yes. Oh, I'm gonna fan for you. Let's see. What is the best, most effective fan? What is the best, most effective fan? I don't know. What is the best, most effective fan? It's a... It's a PlayStation 4 trying to load a big 60GB Western RPG. Bravo! Bravo! That's not just a fan, that's a jet turbine. I remember on my brother's birthday when I went over to his place and we played some video games, he showed me this really cool demo for a Sonic fan game that people are making in Dreams. And he has a PS4. And hearing that thing turn on, I thought his entire apartment was going to take off. You are not Morty. Oh wait, Morty would be a toad, wouldn't he? Are there any toads in Koopa Village? Let me double check that letter. Mystery note. Oh! This might be another thing. I might need to show this to Colorado. More tea is in Koopa Village. Let me show this to Colorado real quick. Well, I'm back in the village. It's rather nice, eh, old boy? Adventure's all well and good, but one's home is really tops. So stay here for a change. I've had just about enough of sitting around worrying for you and waiting for you to return. Hey. No, yes, of course, well. To tell you the truth, old bean, I'm itching to search for a lost package in the north. But tut, mum's the word as far as the wife's concerned. That might be it. That might be the okay, a lost package in the north. There's a package, a package. Remember, Colorado isn't smart. That's true. He isn't smart. He just plays a smart man on TV. I don't need this. I sent you more. You sent me more, silly. Teeter, you spoiled me. This is the wrong house. This is not the house I need to be housing in. More tea. Are you the shopkeep? No. There's a boombox in here. I don't remember there being a toad in Koopa Village. Where is he in the... Oh, wait! Maybe he's the innkeeper. Is he the innkeeper? You're Morty, correct? The name's Paracarry. I deliver letters. I believe I have one for you. Hang on a moment. Another letter duly delivered. A postman's job is never done.
Ah, a letter for me? Ah, jeez, it's from my wife. Oh, how sweet. I love her so. Phew. Oh, pardon me, I got really wrapped up there. That wife of mine, she's so cute. She just makes me crazy. Thanks for bringing me joy. Here, take this, okay? Yippee!
I love a toad who loves his wife. This Toad right here, this is a wife man, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. Let's see, I think the Toad in the library whom's too smart. That was what I was thinking as well. That was my backup after Colorado was not going to work out. I figured, okay, library Toad. A building close to the Mario Bros. Pipe House. Yeah. We will try that. We'll see. We'll try that on for size. And then we have to find a package in the north. I would assume... You know what they say happens when you assume, obviously. But still, I would assume there is a package that needs to be found somewhere in the snow world. I think you'll get a big laugh out of this funny. Oh, I'm sorry, Teeter. I forgot to check the funny again. Let me talk to the Toad. I was so busy thinking about the Toad who loves his wife that I didn't check the funny. Let's talk to the smart Toad.
You'd like me to translate this note for you? Let's see. Aha! It seems to be written in the language of the Shy Guys. Let's see here. Yes, accents. A silent D. Yes, it says... There's an odd thing to be written down. An idea what it's about.
That did not give me a star piece. Never mind. Okay, so then we're probably still on the hunt for a letter. We're looking for a letter. We're looking for a letter. Oh, Teeter, this is a very nice image. This is good. That caught me off guard. Guys, would you like to see a picture of me at work melting in the greenhouse? That's me. That's me. That's me at work. Dying inside and outside. In more ways than one. Okay, question. Question for all my Paper Mario... My fellow Paper Mario enthusiasts. My Paper Mario heads, if you will. Does anyone know where this mysterious package to the north is located? And how one might find it? So apparently there's a letter in Flower Fields. I can't remember if I found that letter or not. So we will go look for it. Let's see. Did I mention I got a ton of new games during the Steam Summer Sale? So I'll go say what games I got. Let's see. Castlevania Lords of Shadows, Helldivers 2, a friend of mine really wanted me to play it with him, Doom 3, a Wolfenstein game, Fur Squadron, finally, and also, I'm gonna finally play the first FNAF. Nice. You watched the movie, and now it's over. You're hooked. You've got the FNAF brain. Freddy Fazbear has entered your brain, and he does not intend to leave anytime soon. But that's awesome. Sounds like you got some good stuff on the Steam Summer Sale this year. I still gotta check out what's available. Aside from Atlas, which is only $5, go buy it, please. It's really good. What'd you send me, Mix? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Another really nice close-up of 3D Senna. She is 3D. Good snoot shot. That's a quality snoot if I've ever seen one. Boop the snoot. There we go. Now we have two of them. Two of them. They are multiplying. Okay. Was it the Bite of 87? That's in Five Nights at Freddy 2. TWO, not TOO. And now for the puzzle that I don't remember how to solve. I think we go over here. Never mind, that doesn't go any farther down. So we go over hither, we lift... Oh, wait, no, I have to ground pound. I can't remember the package thing. Oh. I mean, presumably it wouldn't be that hard to find. It's probably like in a tree, or with an NPC, or under the sea. down where it's wetter. Everything's better. Take it from me. I blame my tired, achy self for not thinking straight. No worries, Teeter. You're good. I don't blame you. Teeter, how could you do this? How could you do this to me, Teeter? I was relying on you. I was depending on you to just give me all the answers and play the video game for me. I still haven't found the last upgrade block either. That's another thing that I'm missing. That I gotta look for. I really look forward to FNAF 2 movie later this year. That's this year? Oh my goodness, I didn't realize it was coming out this year. The first movie just came out. That was 2 years ago, wasn't it? Oh my gosh, that was 2 years ago. Wait, no, that was last year, wasn't it? Was that last year? When did Five Nights at Freddy movie come out? I actually don't remember anymore. I have betrayed you. So fed up with this world. Everyone betray me. During the Christmas period. Yeah, I thought so. Ah, lucky. It was 2023? Oh golly. That was I don't remember that being that long ago. I genuinely thought that was like last year. Golly, what is time? Time is a tool you can hang on the wall or wear upon your wrist. The past is far behind us. The future does not exist. Oh, can you use Merlee for locating the super block you're missing? I believe I can, yes. She will... I am playing dangerously tonight. I need to stop gambling with Mario's life. Whoop. It's right here, and bonk. But do we trust her? She did bamboozle me. She bunkled me. I was bambolinoed by that woman, so I don't know if I can trust her anymore. Presumably, I think the... Aha! There we go. That was really obvious, too. How did I miss that? Genuinely, how did I miss that letter? It was completely out in the open. You sent a funny? Everybody's getting their funnies in tonight. Good. I am glad. I am pleased by the presence of funnies. Where is this letter going? Letter to Minty in Toad Town. Oh, that's the lady with the flower garden. Okay. Back to Toad Town. Must have been very distracting. Clearly, I was having too much fun making fun of Lackluster and calling him a nice guy. This lemonade, I've been getting, I think the brand is Breyers lemonade the past 2 weeks. Oh, yes.
Was that the Paper Mario of 87?
Yes, Mark. What what if I just put Markiplier right here for the rest of the stream? And we had real-time Markiplier face cam in Paper Mario. Here, you know what? Whoop. Oh, that's upside down Markiplier. That's Warkiplier. There we go. There we go. No, correction. Warkiplier already exists. It's Wilford Warfstache. Okay. Gideon never gets distracted. No. Never. Hey, guys, want to see this cool picture of Markiplier? I think we should make him upside down. You know what, Teeter? Just for you. Especially because I know people are going to wind up tuning in later. Like, Mega Wii Master's going to show up later. And he's going to be like, hey, guys, how's it going? Why is Markiplier upside down? There we go. There we go. There he is. All the toads in the background. Yeah, because we're in Toad Town. This is where they live. I can imagine all these flowers, so colorful and happy, turning their faces to the sun. I have the wrong party member out. I love how genuinely terrified Mark sounds with his gasp at the Bite of 87 clip. For real! Because, like, that was FNAF 2. That was, like, at the peak of the FNAF height, or, like, just before the peak of the FNAF height. And, like, he was invested in the lore. That was, like, you witnessed that man in real time being like, huh? Yes, Teeter, correct. You got the... You're a mentee, correct? My name's Paracarry. I deliver letters. I believe I have one for you. Hang on a moment. Letter. You just got a letter. Actually, the Bite of 87 clip was him seeing the intro of FNAF 4, I think. No, that was during... If I'm not mistaken, that comes from... It was during one of the... Or maybe it was in FNAF 4. Oh, wait, you might be right. Because it's one of those, like, little, like, retro cutscenes where you're seeing, like, the past through the eyes of an arcade game. Another letter is duly delivered. A postman's work is never done.
To me, who is it from? The wise Wisterwood? Who's wise Wisterwood?
My fan isn't creating that much background noise. Good.
Thank you for making the flowers bloom so beautifully. Oh, it's a thank you note. It says, please drop by Flower Field sometime. Wow, how delightful! But how does Wisterwood know about me? Oh, excuse me, I'm rambling. This is a simple gift, a small gift to say thank you for delivering the letter. Please take it.
Star piece. Let's have a look. How many star pieces do I have? 4. I think... Methinks that might have been the last star piece. Paracarry. A postman job is actually done. I think we just need that package for Colorado now. Let's see. Yeah, this was early days. Theories we abound, correct. Especially the box at the end of the game. Yeah, the box, which, fun fact, had nothing in it. Yep, it's Atari graphics. So retro. Sorry for being an actually again. Oh, no worries. Trust me, I just actually'd you and then realized I was wrong, so I deserved that. Insert Digiboy render here. We are done? Yes, Teeter, correct. Gotta step out for a bit to rest. Been tired all day. Maybe back later. Okie dokie, Jay. Well, thank you very much for tuning in and stopping by. Have a great night. Get some good rest. If you don't wind up coming back later, thanks for tuning in. Okay. I'm just gonna go to my good friend Google and ask Google Colorado package Paper Mario. Paper Mario. Colorado. Let's see. Did I? No, I did not spell. Google auto-corrected it to Colorado as in the state. That is not what I was looking for. Let's see. Control F, package. Package. North. No. Or was that just flavor text? Was that not actually a quest? There's also a letter addressed to him. Mario finds in the way to Rugged and gives Paracarry in Chapter 2. After Paracarry... Colorado pack. If you search Colorado Paper Mario on Google, do you know what the first image? No, don't hide him from me. Don't hide him from me. Here we go. If you type in Colorado with a K on Google, it brings up an image in the search to be like, oh, here's the fictional character you were talking about, right? Here's the fictional character that you're looking for. Do you know what the first image it comes up for of Colorado is? A screenshot from Super Mario Bros. Z. Nice. Let's see, I tried asking Google too, nothing came up. Maybe you'll have better luck? The artifact from Dry Ruins? I believe I gave that to him already. He said that he was... You know what? Let's go talk to him again. I might be getting L is real. There is a very distinct possibility that I'm getting Banjo 3E'd right now. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna see. This is the wrong pipe. You would think that doing all the hunting of Chuck Quizmo would have gotten me more acclimated with how the pipes work in this game. No. Let's see.
To tell you the truth, old bean, I'm itching to search for the lost
Oh, the Lost Palace, not Lost Package in the north. I can read very well. After all, I read the Nutcracker, and that was only slightly mind-numbing. Okay, so then it's probably a letter that I missed. So let me check the letters. I believe I got all the ones on Mount Rugged. I might be missing the one in Jade Jungle, I think. That's letter... Jade Jungle, Northeast Island where the player meets Sushi. Let's... Rusty and Toad Town, a letter from a curious kid on Lava Lava Island. I'm not sure, let's go check it out. Let's check it out. We're gonna hibbity hoppity and bibbity boppity and see what's going on. I am very good at reading. Just like most Undertale fans, I can't read. That's a funny meme that's going around. Okay. I think Colorado's talking about Crystal Palace. Yep. He is 150% talking about Crystal Palace. Without a shadow of a doubt, he is talking about Crystal Palace. So, I'm going in the wrong place. Or was in the wrong place. But now I'm going in the right place. Where am I going? To the wrong place. Wait, I think it was on that island there, and I think I already collected it. I've seen that meme more with Dragon Ball, really? I've seen the "we can't read" from Deltarune / Undertale, and also for Sonic. Oh, there it is! Rusty and Toad Town. Okay, Rusty. Which Toad was Rusty? The Sidings Inspection Diesel. Gotta brush my teeth a little, okie dokie. You get them pearly whites nice and clean, my guy. Dental hygiene is very important. Last letter, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and joins. Ladies and gentle buddies. We are on the last letter. We're writing together, and still we're pen pals. But maybe we'll find a way to send more letters. Who can tell? This is falling apart. Which Toad is Rusty? I don't remember who Rusty is. Are you Rusty? Goombario, I love you, but you're not being much help. Let's just start talking to people with Paracake.
Oh, hi, Mario. You know, I thought I wanted to be a lot of different things when I grow up. But I decided that I'm just gonna be myself.
Heck yeah, Toad.
Although maybe I'll imitate you a little. That's okay.
He's me. That's me. That's me. I'll be myself, but I'll imitate Mario a little. Let's go. The nerd. Okay, that's not him. Are you Rusty, the toad in charge of the piggies? No. That's not him. I forget who Rusty is. We delivered a letter to Rusty already. Neither of these baby boys are Rusty. You are not him. You are not the guy. Oh, we gotta talk to the nerd. Oh, I thought you were talking about Goombario. When you said the nerd, I thought you were talking about Goombario because I had Goombario out. The book nerd. Yes, Goombario. He works at, well, actually, no. Goombario isn't the book nerd. Goombario is the book jock because he works out at the library. All right.
Oh, salutations. You are Mario, are you not? Of course I know who you are. I'm the wise toad, Rusty.
Ow, I just bit my tongue rolling my R.
Pleasure meeting you. Are you a problem? As you can probably tell, I love books, and I read all the time because I'm so well-read. I know all sorts of interesting facts. Like, did you know that 90% of ladder-related accidents happen on ladders? Whenever you visit with me, I'll be happy to share all my knowledge with you.
You're Mr. Rusty, correct? Name's Paracarry. I deliver letters. I believe I have one for you. Hang on a moment. Letter. This is the last letter. This is the last letter. This is the last letter. We found who it is to. Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Woo! Another letter duly delivered. A postman's job is finally done.
Now, what could this be about?
How exceedingly strange. It's from Lava Lava Island.
Yes. It's a question from a curious kid there. My mind is quite in demand. Thank you, Paracarry. I thank you for your quick delivery. I don't usually accept questions, but oh well. It's from a kid, and we must educate the younger generation. When I was a child, I had a curious mind as well. Still do.
This toad's voice has changed so drastically as he's spoken.
I'll get right on the answer. Thank you again for bringing this letter such a long way. Please take this as my thanks.
Da 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 da! Okay, that's it. Every letter and every star piece collected. Rusty will give you several lore. We're going back. We're going back to read lore. Give me the lore. I need it. You said that wonderful 4-letter L word and I'm in.
Are you talking to me because you crave knowledge that only my intellect can provide? Then have this. So it is told that far away, at the very top of the sky, there exists a star haven, where stars make their home. In Star Haven, there's a treasure called the Star Rod, not the one on the Fountain of Dreams, completely different artifact. According to legend, it was made with ancient magic. There are said to be stars that are particularly strong and good-hearted. They are called star spirits. Using the magical star rod, the star spirits grant these wishes to everyone in the world. Excuse me. That's why, when we make a wish to the night sky and it comes true, it's all thanks to the star spirits and their star rod. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me.
Tell me more.
Let's see, what more do we hit? Move the control stick and press the Z button to spin and run. That, my friend, is called a spin dash.
What are you talking about?
You spin dash by holding down on the control stick and pressing B. Everybody knows that. Also, what's a Z button? People keep telling me this entire time. Oh, press A, press Z, press a down button. I still don't know what it is. Also, when you talk to somebody, you can press Z to go back and read the previous message again. Let's see. If you press up,
the up button, as all good N64 controllers have. While out and about, the amount of HP, FP, star points, and coins will be shown. And what else? If you move the control stick slightly, Mario walks slowly and quietly. What do you mean Mario walks slowly and quietly? I'm right here. You're talking to me. You're... Huh? Are you talking about me in the third person? Mamma mia, this guy's crazy. He's a cuckoo crazy. Sometimes it's good to walk slowly rather than always running, don't you know? If there's something else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me.
Let's see, I think it's funny he's smart and all, but he uses the word kid. Yeah, he uses kid, not like child, small, infant, not ne'er-do-well, juvenile. No, he uses kid. The Banjo Tooie sneaking, yeah.
If you go past east from the palace where Princess Peach's castle used to be, you'll find a place called Shooting Star Summit. At the foot of the summit live Melovely and her brother Merlo. The older sister, Melovely, can see things you're looking for by fortune-telling. The hobby of the younger brother, Merlo, is collecting star pieces. I believe you have some that you wish to spend, don't you, Mario? If you take him star pieces, he'll swap them for badges. In point of fact, these two are the granddaughter and grandson of Merlin, who tells fortunes in Toad Town.
Oh! Does that... Wait. Merlin's son is, was it just Merle? I forget his name. In the Snow Village. Which means that Merlovely and Merlot are his kids. That's so cool.
If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to
Tell me more lore. I need more lore.
There is a message board on the side of Merlin's house that posts news. It would appear that many people enjoy scribbling on the back of the message board. Indeed, various things are always written on it. You may want to take a quick look occasionally. Sometimes you'll read interesting news.
Let me hear more. I need to know more.
Have you seen any candy canes? They're these striped objects growing outside Pleasant Path.
Candy? Oh, those... I thought those were called, Actually, I forgot what those were. The little hills? The striped hills with eyes?
They're mysterious objects. Nobody knows anything about them. Not even I do. There are rumors, though. Many believe that if you do something for the candy canes, you shall be rewarded.
Yeah, you whack them over and over and over and over and over again to get a horsetail. So very cool for such a silly paper-looking game. I know, right? The depth is great.
Why don't you investigate? If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. Let's see. In Koopa Village, there lives a selfish village senior named Koopa Koot. Don't get me started on him. This old Koopa Koot stops passerbys and asks them for favors, or so I've heard anyways. It's a true, or what you've heard is a true. And yet they say that even if you meet his requests, he gives you only one coin. But it's been rumored that every once in a while he gives out something good. Who knows what he might have? He has a couple star pieces. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. Is he just gonna give us more?
Is this Wonky? Did we find Wonky? I think we found Wonky.
I remember reading something interesting in a book recently. Of course, all the books I read are interesting. Unlike the strategy guides and coloring books that I'm sure you read. It seems there are 3 blocks laid out in the ground somewhere on Pleasant Path. And then, what was it? Ah, yes. When you do something to the blocks, supposedly, you can see something good. Unfortunately, the book was quite vague on what to do. Well, this is one case where I know more than you, Smarty Pants, because you have to hit them in a certain order and you get an attack effects badge. That's what happens.
Oh, I can close the Super Mario Wiki tab now. Heck yeah. Goodbye, Super Mario Wiki. It's been a pleasure having you here on this journey with us tonight, Mario Wiki. And now you go to bed. Let me just open my DMs real quick. Uh-huh. I knew I got something from Teeter. Yep, see. Hey guys, you like Colorado? I love Colorado. Colorado is such a cool Mario character. This right here, this is my favorite picture of Colorado. Mario Colorado. Coloradio. That's him, everybody. That's Colorado. That's him. That's Professor Colorado. That's him. You know what? We're gonna put that by Tom. Tom's like, oh no, I gave it away. Oh, thank you, Teeter. Let's see. Rusty, wonky, don't at me. Aha!
Are you talking to me because you crave knowledge? Do you know about fireballs? You know, those flaming obstacles that spin around and around. They're terribly dangerous, and you'll be burned if you touch one. According to a brilliant book I read some time ago, much like all of them, of course, there's a way to beat them. If you can't touch them, how do you beat them? Maybe the book wasn't so brilliant. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me.
And with that, my lemonade is no more. It has been depleted. And so we switch to the water. Water is the new beverage of choice. Teeter will be ready. Okay.
In our fair lands, there are several radio stations to listen to. If you occasionally check the radio, you might just hear some useful information. I've heard that someone in Cooper Village has a radio, so why don't you ask if you could have a listen? Actually, one of the radio stations, FM Shroom, will soon be celebrating its 10th anniversary. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me.
Let's see, also fun fact, in TTYD, when you tattle Professor Frankly, Goombella mentions Colorado was a student with Frankly. I forgot about that, but you're right, she does. Clearly he wasn't paying very good attention in class.
Wait. Have you seen that Chet Repo character around Toad Town? I've heard rumors that if you talk to him, he will increase one of your point levels. But be careful, because when he increases one of the point levels, the other 2 levels go down a wee bit. So I would suggest giving the matter a lot of thought before committing to the deal. If there's anything else you wish to know, yes. There are tales of long ago when thieves ruled far-off land of dry desert. These robbers collected things from all over the desert and hid them in various places. I have heard of one of these hiding places, a block lying somewhere in dry desert. When you hit the block once, a question mark block appears. But that's not all. Oh no! When you hit the block 10 times, another block shows up. This is but one of the rumors about the hidden loot in the desert. Thieves thrive there, and I bet they had many hiding places. If you find yourself in dry desert, I would suggest that you take the time to look around for treasures. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me.
Actually, fun fact, so that was something I did off stream when I was hunting around for some ingredients for the recipes, is I wound up going to dry desert, and there is a block there that I hit and nothing happened, and I didn't realize that nothing happened, but then you hit it again, and a question mark block shows up. And then you hit it 10 times, and then another one, oh, the first block has a mushroom in it. You hit it 10 times, and then a block with a super mushroom shows up. And then you hit it 100 times, and a block with an ultra shroom comes up. So that was where I got one of the ultra shrooms we use for cooking.
At the end of dry desert, there's a dusty an old town called Dry Outpost. Somewhere in this dry outpost, there's supposedly a female wizard. A I thought we called those witches. If she casts a spell on you, something good may happen during battles. Why don't you give it a try? By the way, the wizard is said to be the twin sister of Melovely, the fortune teller from Shooting Star Summit. Oh! That means that's Merlee, which means Merlee is Merlin's granddaughter as well. That's so cool. Welcome back, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic. Howdy do. We're getting a big lore dump right now. There's a place called Mount Rugged. Trust me, there is. I know it sounds absolutely preposterous. A place called Mount Rugged that's insane. That's impossible. That sounds like a location from Pokemon. If someone asks you, oh, that's a location in the Hoenn region, that's not really in Mario, just tell them, shut up, stop being so daft. There is no such thing as the Hoenn region, but Mount Rugged is real. On this mountain, a very rare creature called Whacker lives. If you hit a Whacker, something called a Whacker's Bump will appear. It's very valuable. It's been said that if you eat one, you'll instantly be filled with energy. But it's rather sad, actually. Even though Whackers are kind, people keep pummeling them to get Whacker's Bumps. That's why the number of Whackers on Mount Rugged has been declining. They're going extinct. They're endangered. The SPCA is actively trying to encourage them to make new numbers. In fact, there's a rumor that there's only one left. The last Whacker. How tragic. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. What else? Near Toad Town Station, there's supposed to be a playroom. But it's apparently closed to non-members, which seems pretty rude if you ask me. I'm totally not just salty because I'm not a member, I'm not allowed in. No, that's definitely not it. On top of that, even if you find the place, you still need a membership card to play the games in there. Isn't that simply ridiculous? I just want to gamble in peace. I like to play games as much as the next Toad, but I have no idea how to get a membership card. You know, I've heard the Koopa Coot of Koopa Village is a member of the playroom. That old Koopa might know something more about it. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to let me know. And they say Mario games don't have story. I'm here for the Mario games don't have story. Oh, Mario, the princess gets kidnapped and Mario goes rescues the princess from the evil Koopa King Bowser. And that's all the Mario stories have. Excuse me, we've got a lineage, a family tree of wizards. Wizards! You're gonna tell me that's not a story? That's a story if I've ever seen one. It's getting late over here, 3 a.m. lol. So I'll go to bed now, but thank you for an amazing night, y'all. Anytime, my guy. Forgive me for not being able to speak tonight. But yeah, have an amazing night. Sorry, I can't read. Thank you very much for tuning in, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic. I hope you have a great night, get some good sleep, and hey, have a great night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah. I once read that a so-called mysterious treasure chest lies in Princess Peach's castle. Apparently, it's one of a pair. When you put something in one of the treasure chests, someone can take it out of the other. Children compare it to something called an ender chest, but I'm not entirely sure what that is exactly. It's a pretty exceptional treasure chest, isn't it? As a long, long time ago, this chest was given to one of the Princess Peach's ancestors by the Star Spirits. According to the book I read, there's only one treasure chest in Princess Peach's castle. Where in the world would the other one be? If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. You do, of course, know that Forever Forest is east of town. You would have to be an absolute fool, a Neanderthal, if you will, not to know that it's there. Uncultured swine that you are. It's a bit of a weird place. I've heard that ghosts have been known to haunt it, so you may want to steer clear. If you do want to go through the forest for whatever reason, it's vital that you find the correct path. To find the right one, look for the scenery that differs a bit from the other scenery in the area and follow the path nearby. According to a rumor that I heard, there's something of a hidden path in addition to the right one.
I've returned with a root beer float. Whoa, good for you, Teeter.
Can I have it?
Let's see. Yeah, first 3 Paper Mario games definitely have the most lore in the franchise. Yeah, I would say, like, all of the RPGs. Like, I think Thousand Year Door and... yeah, I think Thousand Year Door has a little bit more lore than Super does, simply because Super is a little bit more vague with its lore, with the Ancients and with the Tribe of Darkness, I think they were called, where it's more kind of implied and there's like those little story cutscenes between chapters, versus Thousand Year Door, where you find Grifty, and Grifty tells you like all the backstory and everything that was going on. So I think Thousand Year Door is a little bit more rich with its lore, it's a little bit more explanatory, but then Super Paper Mario has tons of lore, like visual storytelling going on throughout the entirety of it. And then there's the Mario and Luigi games, which have a lot of really fun lore too, especially like Superstar Saga has tons of lore, like the Hooligans, and then you've got Pillow Island in Dream Team, and even the Shroobs have lore, and it's, man, the Mario RPGs never miss. Enjoying all the lore? Yes! Remember how I hated Wonky? How by the time that we were done talking to Wonky, I wanted to crack him like the egg that he is? This is the anti-Wonky. This is the anti-Wonky. I'm enjoying this. Yeah. Water's a little warm, but it's still good. Let's see. According to a rumor I heard, there's a hidden path in addiction to the right one. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. I believe that was the little hidden area that goes into the center of the forest, right? Throughout the world, I've heard there are chambers hidden in the ground. If the ground near one of the chambers gets a big shock, a hidden panel pops up. And a star piece shoots out from the ground below. You ought to keep a keen eye out for those chambers, Mario. Say, that reminds me. I heard that there's a badge with the power to warn you when you're near a secret. If you found this badge, it'd be easier to find the chambers. Yeah, okay. Yup, this toad is leagues, tons, way, loads better than that egg. Correct! I don't want to crack him over a skillet and fry him. See, there's a grim guy called Anti-Guy who guards a special treasure chest. Some call him Strider 7X. According to a book I heard, a rumor a while back, he absolutely loves lemon candy. If you take one to Anti-Guy, he might mellow out a bit. We could have given him lemon candy instead of battling him? I wish I'd known that. Some enemies will attack the party member who's with you, Mario. Remember, your friends are in the battle, too. In battle, you can defend your friends by pushing A at the right time, just like you do to defend yourself, Mario. It's a simple technique, but it helps protect your friends. Well, at least it's simple for someone of my intellect, of course. Let's see. But battling him is so much more fun, and you get tons of star points for it. Are you talking to me because you crave knowledge? Yes. Did you know that when you attack enemies on the field, you'll get a first strike during the battle that follows? When you strike, if you spin jump or attack with Bombette or Koopa, you'll hurt enemies more than usual. Sure, it's a minor technique, but it helps a little bit. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. Oh wait, I skipped a bit of dialogue. Forgive me. Forgive me. You may see symbols above enemies in battle sequences. Here, I give you a root beer float. You give me a root beer float? You share? Teeter, you're too kind. These mean that enemies can make you dizzy, put you to sleep, or call in some reinforcements. When you see these enemies, you should try to pair or put them into a deep sleep before they do it to you. The battle will be much easier if you can make it so your enemies can't move. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to let me know. Oh, for me? Teeter, you're too kind. Guys, look what Teeter gave me. fresh from Super Teeter 64, a root beer float. Heck yeah. You know what we're gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? The straw is in the perfect position. We're gonna... Whoop, there we go. We're gonna give it to Sherwood. That's Sherwood's root beer float now. He's gonna sip on it. You ready to hear Sherwood sipping on it? It's the sound of Sherwood sipping on his root beer float.
Prices for goods go up and down depending on which shop you go to. Of course, it's smarter for you to buy items at a cheaper shop, but a bargain. Be a bargain hunter.
You know, if you're really a go-getter, you can even sell items you buy at one shop to another shop.
If you have good business sense,
You may just make a profit.
if there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me.
Root beer!
Tell me more lore.
Ever been to Little Oink's farm near Toad Town Station? Oh boy, have I! I love Little Oinks. I'm the king of Little Oinks.
You don't see nobody going to Little Oinks, unlike Mario. Mario do it better than anybody else.
Let's see. I kept seeing images of root beer floats with cherries on top. I've never had one with a cherry on top. Doesn't sound bad, just not my style. That's kind of more like a sundae. I don't think I've ever seen a root beer float with a cherry on top. I've seen, though, something I want to try is an apple cider float. I've talked about this before, how that's kind of like one of my ideas of like, oh, what kind of special drinks does Sherwood serve at the billiards parlor during like the fall? Apple cider float. It's ice cream and apple cider with a little apple on the side. It looks really good, and some cinnamon sticks, and I want one right now. Seriously though, that sounds incredible. That's something I really want to try. On that farm, no more than 10 little oinks can be in the pen at one time, so when the 11th comes, the first little oink runs away and leaves the farm. He heads for the hills, if you will. Whenever a little oink runs off, it drops an item. That item dropped depends on what kind of little oink it was. Of course, when you take one of these items, all the other little oinks will also leave the farm. To grab the item or not to grab the item, that is the question. What else do you have to tell me? If you take a Koopa leaf and a dried pasta to Miss Tasty, she will make you some scrumptious spaghetti for you. That dish is actually a traditional one, a classic handed down in Koopa Village through many generations. Why don't you try it out once, Mario? Come on, you'll love it. What? You think I just love spaghetti because I'm Italian? Firstly, rude. It's true. I do love spaghetti, and I am Italian, and me being Italian is why I love spaghetti. But that was very presumptuous of you to assume. Nice casual racism you got there, Rusty. I'm gonna cancel you on Twitter.com. Float all gone. Aw, sorry, Teeter. But hey, at least you had it while you had it, right? I'm sure it was delicious while you had it. Do you know of the Yoshis that live on Lava Lava Island in the Southern Sea? Perhaps because this tropical island is so colorful, the Yoshis themselves are of many different colors. They have different personalities depending on their body color. They all love food, but yellow Yoshis seem to really delight in delicacies. Next time you see a yellow Yoshi, try giving him something delicious. Trust me, he'll be happy. Excuse me, Yoshis are not its. We do not refer to Yoshi as it, like some kind of farmer's pet, Rusty. They're people too. Now super dang full? I bet. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. I want to know more. You know a Koopa called Mr. Colorado? Oh yes, he has a river named after him. The famous explorer and archaeologist. I have nothing but respect for him. Solving the riddle of the candy canes on Pleasant Path. Investigating dry ruins and dry desert. Discovering many new facts. Oh, these are the few of his accomplishments. Recently, he found a treasure that proves an ancient civilization once existed on Lava Lava Island. He found that treasure all by himself. No one else helped him find it. It definitely wasn't Mario. According to Mr. Colorado, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, people once lived on Lava Lava Island. I heard that these people used to live in the holes dug out of the sides of the volcano on Lava Lava Island, but they were forced to flee the island because the volcano became very active. Even he couldn't find out what kind of people they were or where they escaped to. Long after these mysterious people left the island, Yoshis and ravens arrived, and they lived in harmony ever since. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free. Farmer Jim, look into my eyes. Farmer Jim, look into my eyes. I love Farmer Jim. Do it for Farmer Jim. Farmer Jim. We love Farmer Jim in this house. Do you know of a giant Koopa called Kensei Koopa? A long time ago, it seems that this gent lived in Koopa Village. At the time, they say Kensei Koopa often trained with 4 village Koopa. No way. No way that Kensei Koopa, the big tough nerd Koopa, used to train with the Ninja Turtle Koopas, with the Koopa Bros. He's the 5th Koopa Bro. Kensei Koopa was amazingly strong, so he always beat the team of Koopas. Strong as he was, I've heard for some village residents that even Kensei Koopa had a few weak points, though. If there's anything else you wish to know, you want to know more? Yes. There should be a place called Flower Fields hidden somewhere in the world. A very rare, crazy daisy called an Amazy Daisy is said to live there. I heard that this Amazy Daisy is so timid that it runs away when it sees you. If you glimpse at it, count yourself lucky. I'd sure like to see it once. Even if you miss the first time, you might see the Amazy Daisy if you visit the same place again. Fun fact, actually, when I was getting some items and ingredients and things off stream, I actually wound up encountering another Amazy Daisy, which even at this point in the game still gives you 40 star points, and it wound up boosting me up a level, and I increased my FP, I believe. He was their Slash, or maybe Venus. Huh. I was saying to myself, like, wait, what, huh? And I'm like, oh, that's right, Ninja Turtles. Teeter would know. Teeter, please. Teeter, quick, give me a plot synopsis. Who are Slash and Venus? I vaguely know these characters. It is a known fact that Miss Tasty is the best cook around. Everyone says so. I've had the good fortune to try many of her dishes, and believe me, they're heavenly. If I had to pick a favorite, it would be her Yoshi cookie. According to Tasty, the recipe calls for cake mix and a melon. Try it if you get the chance. I highly recommend it. It's simply adorable. Ah, yes, I just heard a rumor. Apparently there's a shop somewhere under town. I can only wonder what kind of goods they sell there. Some folks are saying you can find real bargains there, while others have been ripped off. Who's telling the truth? If there's anything else... Oh, he's talking about Rip Cheeto. Venus is from the horrible live-action TMNT show, also the horribly ugly female Ninja Turtle. No one likes her. Teeter, I need to see the... you know what? I'm looking her up. I'm looking her up right now. I need to know what she looks like. Is she that bad? Venus, TMNT. Is she like Venus de Milo? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why? Oh no. Why does she look like that? Why does she look... Oh no. Venus was the least bad part of the show, to be fair. Oh no. Oh no. You know a show is bad when this is the least bad part of it. What's wrong with her face? What did they do to her what happened to Mikey? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear, that's a face only a mother could love. I don't even know if Master Splinter could love that face. And he's a rat! Oh. We're gonna just hide her over here in the corner of the screen. Or like right here. There we go. She's what we're in peril over. They all look bad. Look at all the turtles. Okay. Okay, I will. TMNT live show. I don't know what the show would have been called. What was that called? Was it a live action TV show? Oh, the next mutation. The next mutation. Oh no. Oh no! What did they do to them? What? Oh no. There's more to this image. There's more to this image. Please, IMDb, show me this as a bigger picture. I need to see this. I need to see this photo. Oh no. This is not good. Oh. Oh no. Oh dear me. Dear sweet merciful heavens. What's wrong with their faces? What? Ninja Turtles, the next mutation. Yeah, I figured out. I think we know what the next mutation is, guys. I think we know. I think it's not too hard. It's it's not too hard to figure out what the next mutation is. Oh no, Donnie, what did they do? What's wrong with Mikey? What happened to Mikey? What did he see? What did Mikey see? What happened to him? He's been to war. He was seeing atrocities. What did they do to him? Teeter, what did you send me? Oh no! Why does she look like this? Oh, she's beautiful. Oh, I get it. The bust is, it's like they made a bust of her that's like the Venus de Milo. Oh. Oh, the teeth. Now here's a girl. Here's a lady that brushes 3 times a day and flosses after every meal. Her dentist is really well paid. Oh, that's right. She lives in the sewers. This is not Cowabunga. Agreed. Yes. No, this is not Cowabunga. Let's see. I like Venus. It's just one of those things where all the bad things got put onto one character. Ooh, she's got bad new... Well, she's got poorly introduced new character syndrome. Where, like... You have a new character introduced in part of a franchise that's kind of questionable and or bad. And it's not that they're necessarily a bad character, but the thing they came from wasn't great, so everybody just already latches on and associates bad memories with that character and blames them for the downfall of the franchise. As a Star Fox fan, I know of this sensation greatly because that's what happened to Crystal in the early 2000s. You want to watch some really bad, horrible clips together? Yes. Next time we hang out, Teeter? Yes.
In hot climates, snowman dolls seem to sell very well. Makes sense that warm folks would like cold goods, right? On the other hand, people who live in the cold areas pay dearly for fireflowers. One could make quite a profit if you bought and sold wisely.
there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. Same goes for villains. So much potential, but they went for lazy. Aw, dang. Let's see. The creepy, horrible thing is they kind of look at her like a sister, yet they keep flirting with her. Oh, no. Oh, no. I hate it when I hate it when that happens. I really don't like that. That's gross, and that happened to I can't think off the top of my head other examples of shows from the 90s that did that, but there were other shows from the 90s and early 2000s that did that, where like they would have a character that would be like a sister or have a sisterly relationship with another character, but they'd also be flirting, and it was like, this feels like a word that I can't say, I don't think, on YouTube, but that describes romantic relationships between two siblings, and that's disgusting. Ew. Yeah, she hates it. I can see why! Can we watch Prince Eric Spidey and Mo Sislak Venom? I did not know until today that Mo Sislak voiced Venom, and I need to hear what that sounds. In these dark times, in times most dark and scary, there are only a couple of people in the world who can successfully make Cooper Leaf dishes. I recall a shopkeeper at Cooper Village complaining about this. Is there anything else you wish to know? Please feel free to ask me. Let's see, Janika is the better female TMNT. Remember me showing you Janika? Is she the yellow one? Is she the yellow Ninja Turtle? Because then I know there's also, the girl, she's not I don't think she's a turtle, I think she's like a lizard, who's playable in the beat 'em up, the new beat 'em up. I think she's, yep, the yellow one. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, she's from the comics, isn't she? Let's see. According to the vast stores of information I've gathered, you can see them piled up on my shelves here. There appears to be soldiers called the Koopa Troll guarding Bowser Castle. Oh, you're thinking Mona Lisa. That's what I was saying. I was gonna say, isn't she named Mona Lisa? But I'm like, no, she's not named Mona Lisa. Yes, she is named Mona Lisa. I find it funny that all the turtles are named after famous artists, and they're like, what do we gotta call this girl character? Call her art itself. Funny thing is her father figure died, so she went to them and they immediately started hitting on her. Jeez, guys, read the room. They're nasty. Moreover, you can't jump stomp on them because they're fitted with special spiked armor. There are creatures called bony beetles as well, and they can also extend sharp spikes. When you head to Bowser's Castle, I would recommend that you take along a spike shield badge if you have one. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. Mona Lisa is also better than Venus, I say personally. Nice. We have Venus, the cooler Venus. It's like Daniel and the cooler Daniel. You know a fella called Goompa in Goomba Village? In olden times, he used to be a famous fighter of a what? His name is all over the copy of the Fighter's Almanac that I happen to in town. He was an unrivaled champion. He knocked out his enemies one after another using his greatest move, the multi-bonk. When he was younger, he traveled the world looking for someone to challenge him. In fact, Goompa taught the dojo master here in town. What? What do you mean Goompa is like secretly the strongest Goomba in the world? What? He needs to fight Prince Mush. Alright guys, Goompa versus Prince Mush, who wins? Who wins? I'm making this into a poll. I'm making this into a poll. We're voting on this. We're voting on this. Goompa, Goompa, Prince Mush. Who's winning? Who's winning this fight? In the frozen heights of the north, there's an icy peak named Shiver Mountain. Legend has it that deep in the mountain is mystical a fortress called the Crystal Palace. It's said that Cadence and Shining Armor live there. The existence of the palace has faded from people's memory, as has the Crystal Empire in general, really. In this day and age, nobody remembers it, or how it even got there. You can see why folks call it the Phantom Palace. There is hope, though. According to my sources, the famed archaeologist Colorado has immediate plans to search for and rediscover the legendary crystal structure. How exciting! To be young and adventurous again. This toad is like 30 years old. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free. 1 vote, Prince Mush. That, you know, you're probably right. Let's see. Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to read the most fascinating book. This book said, and I quote, "The evil king turtles and the sacred rod and 7 lights fade into darkness. A lovely maiden rises to the heavens. But lo, a hero clad in red appears and travels I need to be reading this. You know what? We need a better voice for this legend. The evil king chortles, and a sacred rod and 7 lights fade into darkness. A lovely maiden rises to the heavens. But lo, a hero clad in red appears and travels the world. He gathers around him 8 who are pure of heart. This hero restores the 7 lights, and they raise him high into the sky. On the airy heights, the hero clashes with the evil king. The lovely maiden wishes." That's how it ended! Somebody had torn out the rest of the pages! Now I'll never know the ending! What kind of no-good tales are books? That's just like the guy in the library in Peach's Castle in Partners in Time that rips out the last page of the history book that tells us whether or not the Mario Brothers beat the Shroobs or not. I think I've heard of this kind of story, but I'm not sure where I read it. Perhaps on the Nintendo 64. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to let me know. I suppose I know a lot more, but I suppose I'm used to know a lot more, but I suppose I've forgotten some. I'll try my best to recall more. To come see me in a little while. Well, we've exhausted his knowledge. 4 votes. One of you voted for... Whoever the one person that voted for Goompa is, I'm proud of you. I'm glad that I'm friends with that person. Okay. We've got 106 coins. Oh, let's go get our last badge for Merlot. We got lore tonight. We got letters tonight. We finished star pieces, and now we just need to do badges. We are at the end of... We're almost at the end of Paper Mario. What I'm thinking we'll do is we'll probably wrap up the badges tonight. And then next week we'll finish the game. It's a me. Thank you, Mario Simpson. We got creepy turtles tonight. I like turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtles in a half shell. Why does their face look like that? Let's see. Feeling Fine, the last badge. I'm going to exchange Feeling Fine for 5 star pieces. The number of BP you'll need for this badge is 3. Are you sure you'll finish the game? It's a long final dungeon. Are you sure you want to hit it? It's a pretty long story. I think we'll finish it, probably. Feeling fine. Alright, these star pieces really help round out my collection. Please come back and swap some more with me sometime. Oh, you want to trade star pieces for badges, do you? But I don't have any more badges. You tapped me out. I'm sorry. See you. Yeah! We did it. That's all of them. That's every single star piece. Heck yeah. Ah, my. We meet again, Mario. My noble calling is to read fortunes while looking absolutely ravishing. I can help you find what you seek. Tell me, shall I read your fortune? Yes. Super Block, where is it? Super Block, is it? My. Okay. I'll now read your fortune with grace and unrivaled good looks. Wow! Twinkle light, twinkle bright. Wha-pang! Whoop-pee! Wah, wah, wah! Oh, yeah. Master Star, fill my eyes with the light of that which I seek. Let's see. What's it gonna be? Parakarry is blocking the orb. That's fine. He's the light of my life. I see a super block. You descend below Toad Town and head left through several blocks of a pipe. You go right after the pipe until you can ride a platform up through the ceiling. You walk right and fall through the floor to find the block. Oh. Ponder Parakarry. Ponder the orb? No. Ponder Parakarry. That's our last super block. Let's get it. It's in the sewer. It's in the sewer. We gotta go and ride the elevator to the warp zone in the sewer. This gives me an idea. I must make a funny. Teeter, something tells me. Something tells me that I know the funny you're making. Can I afford any badges while I'm here? Yes! Sleepy Stomp. I'll buy that real quick. That depletes my monies, so we'll have to do a little grinding. You know what? Before we go get the last super block, let me check how many badges I'm missing. I don't think I'm missing too many, because I do have a lot of badges already. But surely there's something I missed. Hello, Luigi. Hello, Mario. Let's see. Badges. Oh! Hey, Mario. Yes? How many badges you got there, buddy? A 69. Nice. Okay, we're missing 11 badges. I probably have to purchase all of them. Go down the pipe. Hello, Bart. I did not realize it. You know what's funny? Actors you don't realize are are in places. What's his name again? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Kelsey Grammer. Kelsey Grammer. I've never watched a lot of The Simpsons. I know the memes, I know the jokes, but I've never watched a lot of The Simpsons. I didn't realize, though, from the bits and pieces that I'd seen, that Kelsey Grammer was Sideshow Bob. What blew my mind even more, though, was when I learned that Kelsey Grammer voiced the Prospector in Toy Story 2. Because, like, for some reason, my mind just never thought, oh yeah, that's Stinky Pete. That's him. That's Kelsey Grammer. That's Frasier. Frasier is the prospect. I never pieced it together, and I guess I never paid that close attention to the credits because, like, I never thought about it. But yeah, that's him. That's Kelsey Grammer. Huh? Frasier. Ah. He's a real. Oh, Mario is dying. Yes, really? Yeah. He's the Prospector. He's mint in the box. Never been opened. I saw a fascinating theory, which I would be inclined to believe, about the Prospector, about Stinky Pete, being that supposedly he lied to Woody and to Jesse, that presumably there was a last episode of Woody's Roundup. That, like, the finale was not canceled, and that there really was a finale that was aired on TV. And I was thinking about it, and it makes so much sense, because, like, later on in the movie, right? Later on in the movie, after Woody, you know, tells Buzz and the other toys that, no, I'm staying here, I'm going to the museum, right? there's you see the TV is still playing. Now the tape was never changed. The tape that supposedly ended with, you know, the moon landing instead of Woody's Roundup, the tape was never changed. So presumably that would have been the same tape that was in there. And on that tape, you then later on see another episode of Woody's Roundup where Woody is giving a pep talk about, you know, the importance of your friends and family, which winds up changing, you know, toy Woody's perspective and making him realize, oh, I need to go back to Andy, right? I need to go back to my friends. So presumably that would have been the episode that would have come on after the moon landing. Furthermore, when you go into television history, the 1969 Apollo 11 moon landing was heavily advertised and heavily planned on the 3 television networks that were out at the time: NBC, ABC, and CBS. They all broadcast the moon landing live, and it was a fairly well planned out broadcast schedule that went on for several days. So any programming that would have been on those channels during that time slot would have been rescheduled or moved. So they would have known. It wouldn't have been just like, okay, an episode of Woody's Roundup wouldn't have been aired over by the moon landing. It would have aired after the moon landing aired. So, furthermore, when you consider... Oh! Stopwatch, hello. When you consider, right? When you consider the fact that television, that oftentimes shows like that, for example, weren't always recorded live and were usually pre-recorded and then aired on TV. A great example being of a show similar to Woody's Roundup being Howdy Doody Time, which I believe was which was either recorded live or not recorded live, I forget, either way. But similar shows to Woody's Roundup, which were recorded before they were aired, that were not done live. Woody's Roundup would have been that show, would have been one of those shows, and so the episodes would have been recorded in batches, and so the finale would have been recorded. It would have made no sense for it to have not have aired. So yeah, we got a game theory tonight and a film theory tonight that there was a final episode to Woody's Roundup. It was real, and the prospector won. There you go. I come back and heard the moon landing was in '69, although it's coming back again. Correct. Right, that was 1969. Was that, wait, yeah, that was... Wait, was that 69 or 79? Shoot. I'm forgetting my history. When was Apollo 11? That was... Yeah, July 16th, 1969. Ayo, I'm good. Same year Sesame Street first hit television. A very similar show that was done, that was pre-recorded. It was also the year my parents were born. I am in danger. I have a plan, though. When I have a plan, that also subsequently means I have a flan. There we go. Get the first strike in, and then as soon as battle starts, we're going to heal. With the power of Smooch. I was 2 months old. Yeah! You were 2 months old when the last episode of Woody's Roundup was supposed to air on television in the fictional world of Toy Story. Cloud 9, Spike, Surge. Shuckin' Spiny. Oh! Spinies are not hurt by Spinies. Good to know. I did not realize that. I'm working so hard on this funny for no reason. Good. I look forward to your funnies, Teeter. They bring me great joy. Great joy. Endless joy. Boundless joy is brought to me by the Teeters made by Funny. I can speak! Actually kind of worked out. So let's see, is it in this room? Oh. Let's see. I don't think this is the room either. Or maybe this is the room? No, this is not the room. I am terribly lost. Terribly lost. I'm a lost toy. Look at me quoting Toy Story tonight. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. But honestly, it's still fantastic. Like, both Toy Story 1 and 2. The third movie, obviously, is it's Toy Story 3. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. But the first two movies have a very special place in my heart. We had those on VHS when I was a kid. And I remember watching those a lot. They messed me up, as I'm sure they messed up a lot of other kids. Where, like, I knew my toys weren't alive. I knew they weren't alive and they weren't going to be insulted if I didn't play with them. But there was always that little voice in the back of my head that was like, but what if? What if? That's why you gotta take care of your plushies, kids. Don't be Sid. You know what's funny I think about, though? You know how there's a lot of people... Go long, Buzzy! Sewer maze. Where's TMNT when you need them? See? Exactly. You know what's funny, though, is that I always think about, like, the logic of Toy Story. I treated my toys better after that. Yeah, for real. When you think about, like, people that make custom toys and custom action figures, I think about this a lot with, like, people who do model trains, who will kit bash, you know, like model kits, I guess maybe not, but, like, other, like, custom toys when people take different bits and pieces from different action figures and piece them together and repaint them and customize them. Are they Sid? But, like, Sid had malicious intentions, right? He was kind of cruel and mean and evil and was just a messed up kid whose way of playing was by literally torturing his toys. Even though he didn't realize they were, like, alive and sentient. But, like, what about people who do it, like, innocently? Who don't... Oh, wait. Wait, I went through the ceiling. How'd I do that? Less evil Sid? Sid with non-malicious intent? They're not Sid, they're Dis. They're the good Sid, they're Dis. I'm supposed to ride an elevator into the ceiling, but there's nowhere to go. Maybe in here? Wrong room? Oh, wrong room, okay. I am already lost! That's going to hurt the Mario! I've... Rogueport sewers, these are not. I do not remember this layout. Hello, little man. No, this is an already collected super block. It's okay. Sid became a garbage man. This is true! I have respect for Sid now because he became a garbage man like my father. I wish my father was here. Doug Dimmadome? Owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome? That's right, the Doug Dimmadome. Owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Here we go. Here we go. That's sneaky. But clever. It's like going to the warp zone in Mario 1. We're gonna go to the minus world. Hey-oh! Anything else in this room? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't you? Okay, no. This is the room. Cool! And there's even 3 pipes in here. Alright, ladies and joims. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Who are we upgrading? Lackluster? Wow, his name is on screen and I can't spell it. Alright, who are we upgrading? Who's getting upgraded? Who's gonna get the upgrade? A vote for Lester the Unlikely is a vote for yes. We upgrade Goombella to the ultimate rank. Ultimate. literally ultimate rank. Giga Goombella. Ultra, no, yeah, we already have Ultra. Omega Goombella. Omegoombella. Where is my mouse? Here he goes. Okay, funny is done. Do you want to upgrade this member? Yes, I do. Yes, I indeedly daddly do. Lackluster's upgraded to Ultra rank. That's all of them. That's all the party members. You know what? Let's try him out. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. What can you do for me now, Lackluster? Let me restore some FP so you can actually do your thing. Has he got like a thunderbolt attack maybe? Because he's a thundercloud? Mayhaps? Hurricane. If it works, blow the enemy. Oh! It's Gale. It's literally Gale Force. It is quite literally Gale Force. That's cool. So Omega, she will make Goompa and Prince Mush cry to their mommies. Cry to mama. Where does this pipe go? Ah, I see. Okay. Well, all we gotta do now is get some money for badges. So I guess we'll start fighting. We gotta start fighting. We gotta start throwing hands and hammers. Can't throw hands with Goombas. They ain't got hands. We gotta throw heads. Throw the Goombas. Pick up a look at the Goombas. You see that Goomba? He's very throwable. You can throw the Goomba. Have you ever considered the possibility, if you will, of throwing the, what's somebody gonna do, huh? What's somebody gonna do? Goombas have sturdy heads. They have hard heads. They got sharp teeth. You could do a lot of damage by throwing a Goomba. It's like throwing a cat at somebody. I'm just saying, you should start throwing Goombas. Somebody messes with you, pocket Goomba. What are they gonna do? They're never gonna see it coming. They are never going to see it coming. Pocket Goomba. I feel like I want to add more to this funny, but I don't know what else to add to it. I am excited to see the fun. Let me finish this battle, and then we will funny. We'll funny it up. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Here we go. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Ta-da! Oh, a sleepy sheepy! Alright, let's see the funny that Teeter made. This is exactly what I hoped you were making, Teeter. Teeter, Super Teeter 64. Ladies and gentlemen, ponder the paracarry. This is I was hoping this is what you were going to make. You did not disappoint. Teeter, this is why we're friends. This is why I treasure and value your friendship. Because you and I have the same sense of humor. Oh. There we go. Okay. I don't need the frog suit. But I do need the monies. Whack. Oh yeah, very exciting thing. So this past week, I did some harvesting out in the garden, right? I harvested some crops, and I pulled out of my, well actually, I didn't do it. My mom did it because I was at work, and I'd asked her to water for me that day. And she saw them out there, and she's like, you know what? Before they get too big and the plant withers away, I'm gonna pick them. 4, count them, 4 big, beautiful, juicy, delicious cucumbers. One of them got cut up and put into salad, and the other three, I cut up and I turned into pickles. And holy cow, they came out delicious. Like wow. They turned out absolutely marvelously, and I was very proud of them. It's crazy how, like, pickles are already amazing, right? And I've already been enjoying making my own pickles. But there's something in, like, the pickles I was making, I was using cucumbers I had bought at the store because my cucumbers weren't ready in my garden yet. But, like, using my own cucumbers for my pickles and to make things with, on top of tasting delicious, it's incredibly satisfying. It's incredibly satisfying to use something I grew myself, you know? I had to ponder the right face to use. I think I picked the right one. You did. Oh no, absolutely. That Mario was ponderous. Additionally, I picked some sun golds. Sun golds are a cherry tomato. They're these little... Are they a grape tomato? No, they're a cherry tomato, that's right. They're these very small, about gumball-sized tomatoes that are a nice orangey yellow color. Very low in acid, and they're very delicious. Very sweet and full of juice. And I picked some today. 32, to be exact. I think the largest crop of sun golds I've ever picked was somewhere in the ballpark of just under 400. They grow like nuts, and I grew a ton of them last year. But even so, 32 for my first harvest is really good, and there's tons of little green tomatoes just chilling out there that are going to start getting bigger, and then are going to ripen, and are going to turn delicious sun golds for the picking. I am half tempted to try pickling the sun golds as well. Da-da-da-da. You know what I will do? To maximize our coin collecting output, I will de-equip, say... I think quick change is like... we don't really need, because we're going to stick with Cooper for the most part. Quick change and power bounce. And then we'll equip... Where is it? Dodge master. No. Where's it's like pity coin or something. No. Refund? Oh, I've already got payoff equipped. Oh! Never mind. Refund some coins if using that. Yeah. Never mind on that. I didn't realize I already had that equipped. Just figure, okay, some of these battles that we're gonna go into are gonna Mario's gonna wind up taking some damage. Like when there's like 4 Pokies in a row. But if we've already got that equipped, then maybe I'll leave that alone. Power smash. Let's see. Pepperoni is your best defense. Agreed. Pepperoni. I haven't had a good pepperoni pizza in a long time. You know what's funny? I do enjoy pepperoni pizza. But pepperoni pizza doesn't always agree with me because pepperoni tends to be greasy. And it's really interesting how, like, when it comes to pizza, right? It all depends. Sometimes you get a greasy pie, right? Where there's like a lot, where the top is very moist. And sometimes you don't. And I've realized that most of the time, when you get a greasy pizza, it's usually one that has meat as a topping. Whether it's pepperoni, meatballs, sausage, and anything like that. Bacon even sometimes, if you're one of those people that likes bacon on pizza. Usually the really greasy pizzas will be the ones that have meat on them. And so there's juice and grease coming off of the meat as they're cooking, right? I just had pepperoni pizza tonight, actually. Oh, nice! I had cheese pizza tonight. But I remember the greasiest pizza I ever had. It was the first trip I went with on the church I used to go to's teen ministry. The first trip I went with to California, where it was, I think it was the day that it was like our fun relaxation day. We had just been to the Santa Monica Pier. We had been to the arcade. I played Pac-Man on a real arcade machine for this first time, along with Versus Super Mario Brothers, which is right next to the Pac-Man machine. It was amazing. And we go to get pizza on the way back to the place we were staying. And all we got was cheese pizzas. We got cheese pies. They were some of the greasiest, sopping, soaking wet, greasiest pizzas I have ever seen, tasted, touched, or smelled in my entire life. Normally, I'm not the type to pat down a piece of pizza with a napkin. Sometimes I'll do it if I got a particularly greasy, like, pepperoni slice, simply because sometimes the grease doesn't jive with my stomach, right? But let me tell you, these cheese pies, usually cheese pie is not the greasy one. These cheese pies practically had like a broth on top of them. That's how greasy they were. I needed at least like, I had like two or three slices. I don't even remember how many. I think I had like 2.5 maybe. And like each of those slices needed at least like 2 napkins each to dab on them just to eat one. Man, and that was just cheese. Yeah, that was just cheese. What was in that cheese? I don't know. I don't know what was in that cheese. It was, you know, it was a regular cheese. Nothing fancy about that cheese. It was, you know, it was just mozzarella, I think. It was some juicy mozzarella, that's for sure. That's for true. Yeah, I don't know. I still, to this day, I think about that sometimes. Like, man, what were they feeding that pizza? How much milk did they use when making that cheese? That was all milk and no cheese. Tell me, you ever want a good pizza? Come to New Jersey. We got good pizza. I thought of another but limited way of getting money. Could sell whack-a-bumps. I know, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that to Wacka. I would feel bad. I don't want to Wacka the Wacka. He's too pure. He didn't do anything wrong. I already had to whack him once to roast one of his bumps. And I mean, this doesn't take that long. This is a pretty quick way of getting money. There are slower ways to grind cash. Slower ways. Like gambling. Gambling is a shockingly slow way of grinding cash because it's unreliable. And you only get like, you know, like 30 coins per minute. Fair Wacka. Fair Wacka is a cute ah. A cute ah. A cute ah. He's in a cute angle. Is he an isosceles triangle? Is he a parallelogram? Is he a rhombus? I do like the rhombus. It's a very funny shape to say the name of. A trapezoid? A polynomial? That's not even a shape, it's a math equation. Yeah. There we go. Coins. Oh no, more funny ideas that only you and I probably will understand. Good. The best kind. The best kind of funny ideas. Inside jokes. Yeah, but that's the thing about inside jokes. Once you start introducing them to more people, then they get in on the joke. Then they're inside of the joke. They are the joke. They have become one with the joke. Like me. Because I am a joke. There we go. Like, this admittedly is not, like, super fast, but I feel like there's slower ways of grinding the game, you know? And worst comes to worst, I can sell some of the items I've accumulated, including, like, a lot of cooking items. Just knock something over with my headphone wire. Don't mind me causing a mess. Making it now anyway? Nice. Good. Teeter and I watched this amazing movie yesterday. Can we play Mario Paint though? Maybe. Hey, listen, if there's time after I finish side quests tonight, if I finish the side quests tonight and there's still a little time left, I might work on some art. Ah! Actually, you know what? I will fight you. But yeah, Teeter and I watched this absolutely outstanding movie last night called Metropolis, which is it was an animated movie from 2001, a Japanese animated movie. Heavy involvement from Tezuka, the creator of Astro Boy, and it's very apparent in the art style, where the art style very much has that sort of vintage anime / like rubber hose inspiration, very Fleischer kind of looking stuff with the character designs and shapes and bodies and proportions and whatnot. And it's set in this amazing, incredible, giant utopian city of Metropolis, which has this very big sort of pre-Great Depression kind of New York kind of vibe to it. And it's huge. This huge, like, steampunk, cyberpunk fusion technology with old, Art Deco mentality city. And what's fascinating about it, now going into this movie, I was like, oh, Metropolis, that's interesting. I wonder if it's at all related to the silent film. Because there's this famous silent film from the late 20s, I believe, called Metropolis, which is actually partly considered lost media. We only have about 80% of that movie is preserved and can be watched, which is astounding because the original Metropolis is often regarded as one of the most influential silent films, along with being one of the most influential films of the 20th century by like how many popular and famous movies from like the 70s, 80s, 90s were influenced by it. A great example being Star Wars, where George Lucas took so much inspiration from Metropolis when he was creating Star Wars. And so this is an adaptation of it. And like as we're watching, I'm like, this plot element is similar, and and this is similar, and like, oh yeah, this is 150% based on Metropolis, the silent film. And it was just fascinating watching it, and it's a phenomenal adaptation because you have an American movie originally adapted by the Japanese, and so you get to see their kind of spin on it, and it's so good. Greetings from Roblox. Me, Wiv, and KG are enjoying the new Noli update to Forsaken. Having a blast. Good stream, Gideon. Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you for stopping by. Tell Wiv and KG that I said hi, and I hope you're enjoying the update. I heard Luna talking about that earlier. I hope it's good. Old Lost Media really intrigues me, mainly because of how they did things back then. What's really interesting, right, about Metropolis specifically, the silent film, not the animated film, is that the silent film was mostly lost. We only had maybe half of it still preserved, which was astonishing by how historically significant it is. Until like a couple years, I think like 2018, I want to say, somebody found a theater, 35 millimeter reel of it. Just it hid it in storage in an old Brazilian theater in Brazil, because as we all know, that's where you find Brazilian theaters, in Brazil. And so tons of the footage, not all of it survived perfectly, but tons of the footage and scenes that had been lost from the original release of the film were found thanks to this Brazilian print of it. And granted, it was in Brazilian, so we don't have the entire film in English, but just the fact that we have the entire, or most of the film at all, is absolutely incredible. And fascinating to think that, of all places, that being where that was found, in Brazil. It's funny, the way art travels, and the way art means so many things to so many people in so many different places. And how art speaks to you. Even if you are not in the same country or location or living situation as the person that made that art, or that art was originally viewed by, how it can still speak to you. And how something like that would be kept and held on to and then preserved through somebody else having it. The original is really incredible. For a lot of the practical effects, like you have these huge, ginormous, sprawling cities and all these amazing set pieces, tiny little cars traveling along roadways and things like that. That was all done in miniature. And all these incredible practical effects and different film being transposed over other film and all sorts of stuff. And the animated movie that Teeter showed me last night is very much the same way, where, like, I wish this was a movie I had seen on a big screen in a theater, because every frame, when you're seeing the establishing shots, when you're seeing crowds and cities and buildings and roadways and things, it's all so densely packed. There's this scene that really took me aback. It's near the beginning of the movie, where you see the inside of, like, this penthouse of this like big tech mogul billionaire character. And the marble floors and columns are exquisitely painted with such an incredible air of stylized realism, where, like, you're like, wow, I wonder how long it took to make this movie and how much this movie's budget was, because the artistry on display is truly incredible. You'll have these huge, sweeping landscape establishing shots where you see hundreds of background characters moving around, and they're all individually animated and they all have unique designs, and every time you see background characters in different places, like, there's, like, no reused background characters. It's just, it's an incredible movie. If you ever have the chance, apparently it's very hard to find. It's very hard to find information on. Teeter knew how to find it. If you ever have the chance to watch Metropolis from 2001, though, please do, because it is incredible. Also, it made me cry, and there were multiple times in the movie where I was like, oh golly, this is happening, oh geez Louise, a lot is happening. I'm making a joke here and there, and then suddenly the plot gets real, and it gets intense, and it gets a lot all at once, and it's just, wow, it's a powerful movie. It's a miracle they still have it 100 years later. It makes you wonder how many other films are hidden. Yeah, how many other films are hidden, lost, and just tucked away somewhere? Film deteriorates, but if it's kept properly, in the proper climate-controlled conditions and in good storage, it lasts for a very long time. That's how we're able to get, restorations of movies that are, even go back to the 70s. What's fascinating is that when you go back to Star Wars, when you go back to Empire, right? When you go back to the first movie, is that they almost lost Empire when it was being restored in the late 90s, early 2000s, when they were going to put it out on DVD and put it out on digital, not digital, but on DVD, a digital format technically, and how, like, when they were going back into them to make the special editions, how a Jedi as well, thank you, how the film was kept so poorly that they realized that if they were not incredibly careful with how they handled it, they would have lost one. Again, just like Metropolis, they would have lost Star Wars. They would have lost one of the most influential and culturally significant films of all time. Granted, sure, they still had, 35mm rolls of it. They still had VHS copies to go off of, but those aren't the original film rushes. That's not the original, film that was shot directly on site and on the camera. That's when you want to restore something, you go back to that, because that is the film in its most pristine, high-quality original form. Let's see, I had to look it up to see how much the budget was estimated to be for Metropolis. It was, again, estimated 5, 10, 15, 5s, 10s, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, $15 million. Holy Toledo, jeez, and that's 2001 money. Well, actually, no, I wonder when the film started production. I would imagine for a movie like that, it probably started production like 94, maybe? So that's 90s money, $15 million. Holy cow. Jiminy crickets, that's a lot of money. Like again, I was wondering. I asked, like, I wonder how much this movie costs to make. Well, there's your answer. Wow. That's incredible. But yeah, film preservation. I mean, that's how we got. You know, it was amazing. 2 months ago, was it? I think. Reading info now, it was in production for 5 years. Okay, so 96 it would have started production. Keep in mind though, that's just the production of the film. That's not even pre-production. That's not story treatment. I have to wonder if that's script writing, storyboarding, if that's included in there, or if that's just from when they started animating and going on. But that's even how, you know, how Mattel, for the 80th anniversary of the Railway series books, released the Down the Mine pilot for Thomas the Tank Engine, the television series. How, like, that was another thing that we thought for years was lost. And with that, there were a few shots from the pilot that they did have to recycle from proper final episodes of the show, because there were 1 or 2 shots that unfortunately were lost. They had the bulk of it, so they were able to rescan that film and go back over it and then digitize it and re-edit it. But even so, it's still amazing that, you know, that was 1986, 84, 84? I think that was 84 that pilot was shot. Took a couple years to get it to get the series off the ground. And so that's, you know, that's like, you know, that's almost, at this point, that's almost 50-year-old film. You know, that's old. Australia, that's 40. Yeah, so that's 40-year-old film. That's just waiting to be restored. By the way, my funny is done. I'm just looking up some. Oh, you sent me a funny. That's right. Hey guys, look. Look. It's everybody's favorite Final Fantasy character. Bender. It's Waka, everybody. It's Waka. That's beautiful. Teeter, this might be one of your finest works yet. I love that. I love that very much. I'm really, really happy with it. You should be really happy with that. That's beautiful. Let's see, sorry for getting you derailed on Lost Media. It just interests me. Oh no, not at all. Trust me, I don't mind at all. I love talking about this sort of stuff. Trust me, you got me on a fascinating subject of discussion, and I am eternally grateful. I don't mind discussing this kind of thing at all. I love this sort of thing. Lost Media is a subject that fascinates me. And like how things can get lost, how things can be found, the places where you find things in. One piece of Lost Media. Ow! Don't hit me, One thing that I want to find, right? This is my personal Lost Media holy grail. In 2006 or 7, I forget what year, around the time that the Wii was first being shown off, when it was first being, you know, when it was first on display at trade shows and whatnot, when it was first being advertised, there were 2 games. Nintendo had 2 games planned that were going to bridge the console generation gap between GameCube and Wii. Those 2 games were Twilight Princess, Legend of Zelda, and Super Paper Mario. And development, obviously, you know, we got Legend of Zelda, we got Twilight Princess on both GameCube and on Wii. Right to forget. But we never got Super Paper Mario. The Super Paper Mario GameCube version just kind of silently vanished into the night. It was quietly canceled under the table. What's interesting, though, is that there is footage of a demo at a trade show of Super Paper Mario where you can clearly see that the people playing the demo are using a GameCube controller and are playing a GameCube build of Super Paper Mario. That and the the Space World 2001 Luigi's Mansion demo. Those are like my two personal holy grails of lost media. That, like, if those ever get found, just to archive, for Luigi's Mansion case, to archive the drastic differences between the final game and the prototypes, and then for Super Paper Mario, to just, you know, archive what that would have been like to play that game on GameCube. Those are my lost media holy grails for those reasons. It's fascinating, too, because, like, let me take a sip of water. There's certain areas where I can very easily see how Super Paper Mario would have worked on a GameCube, but also areas where I'm not sure how it would have worked on GameCube. Like, I can imagine for doing things like pointing the Wii Remote at the screen to use Tippy to tattle enemies, or for the different pixels and things that require you to do that. I could see maybe them just having that operate on the C-stick, and you just move the C-stick around to you know instead of pointing the remote at the screen, you move the cursor to the C-stick. But then there's other aspects of the game where I'm not really sure how would that have worked in GameCube controller. And I would love to see that. I would love to know how that played and how that worked and how that felt. But what's interesting is that there's leftovers in Super Paper Mario's files for the GameCube version. I heard Z was used for Tippy. I think for Super Paper Mario and Cube, or maybe that was someone's theory. I think that might be accurate, actually. I remember hearing that myself. But yeah, there are leftovers from the GameCube version in Super Paper Mario's files, namely a couple sprites for Mario and for Peach, or textures technically, for their quote-unquote models. Their rigs, if you will. There's unused sprites for Mario and Peach that are at a lower image resolution than the rest of Mario and Peach's textures, which I believe are even labeled as NGC or GCN or something like that in the game's files, signifying that they were from the GameCube version. What's especially interesting, though, I have this little theory. I have this little itty-bitty tiny theory about it, though. I think there is another big relic of the GameCube version in Super Paper Mario's files. Let's see. They're all DC storylines where... Wait. They're all DC storylines where Robin survives. They have at least... They have the realist... They have realist a few panels, but imagine they have story outline. That is my holy grail. Ah, gotcha. Okay. There is... gotcha. There is DC storylines where Robin survives. They have the realist of story panels, but I imagine they have... Oh, gotcha. That's interesting. Hello, Jay. Welcome back. So I'm finding Blu-ray copies on eBay of Metropolis 2001. They're not stupid expensive. Maybe gotta buy one. I would get a Blu-ray player for that. I don't have a Blu-ray player, but I would get one for that. So there's something in Super Paper Mario's files that I think is a relic of the GameCube version. It's very interesting how GameCube games were notorious for having small file sizes because of the minis DVDs that the games would be burned onto. And for this reason, you know, developers would have to find clever ways of file compression to make their games work on GameCube. A great example of GameCube games being or having limited space is Super Mario Sunshine, where the animated cutscenes, the pre-rendered cutscenes in Mario Sunshine, take up, I think, about 60% of the game's disc, and with the other 40% being the actual space on the disc used for the actual game. But I think I have a theory that going along with that, the Wii version of Super Paper Mario has a big relic of the GameCube's development, the GameCube version's development, hidden in plain sight. Because Super Paper Mario has a lot of stuff in it. There's a lot of rooms, there's a lot of enemies, there's a lot of dialogue, there's a lot of stuff in Super Paper Mario. So naturally, there's got to be ways of compressing files on the game's disc. Well, there's a weird thing with the music in Super Paper Mario, where if you've ever listened to the music in Super Paper Mario, you might notice that it sounds a little weird, that it almost sounds low quality, like it's being played off of like an old YouTube video or something. And you might think that that's just an issue with rips of the game that come from old YouTube videos. No, that's just the way that the game sounds. Because the way that Super Paper Mario's music is stored on the game's disc is that all of the music is... all the files for all the music in Super Paper Mario are saved in double speed and then slowed down by 50% in-game, which is why they all sound a little chunky. Anyways, gonna head off to sleep now. Take care and have a good night. Have a good one with the rest of the stream. Thank you very much, Mixtro. Have a great night. Get some good sleep, and thanks for tuning in. So like whenever you grab the speed flower, which makes the whole game speed up for a little while, you're actually hearing the music at its native, native original file speed, which is fascinating. Sadly, A Star is Born with Judy Garland had to be restored using still shots and audio in some places, as the actual film was so bad. Yeah, that's another example of very lost media, which is shocking, because A Star is Born is another one of those where it's this massively influential film that has been remade like every generation. There is a silent film version of A Star is Born, there is the Judy Garland version of A Star is Born, there is a version of A Star is Born from the 80s, and then there's the 2000s version. I think the 80s version had Madonna in it, I forget. And then there's the 2000s version, or 2010s version of A Star is Born with Lady Gaga. And that's crazy so the original silent film of A Star is Born, if I'm not mistaken, again, despite being a massively influential film, is completely lost. And then you have the Judy Garland version, where some scenes were lost before they had the chance to, scan the film and put it on home video. It was so poorly preserved that the only audio they had to go with some of the scenes were from the recorded soundtrack, and then still production shots that had been taken on set during those scenes being filmed. That's another one that's crazy to think about. Like, how did we not preserve that? It's crazy to think about, like, with movies. You go back to, just after the silent era. You go to the beginning of the talkie, right? And even the silent era. How it wasn't too different from how it is today, where movies were not always viewed as art, and how movies were looked at as just kind of mindless entertainment that people went to laugh at. And so studios would prioritize just churning out as many quick cash grab films as possible. They would greenlight a lot of stuff, and a lot of fantastic artsy stuff would get made, but it wouldn't always get preserved very well, because the studios wouldn't always really care. They were just trying to get butts and seats, and they were trying to make as many movies as possible to get as much interest as possible, to make as much money as possible. And because of that, they didn't really care very much about how a lot of older films were stored. It was the 70s with Barbra Streisand. Yes, correct. I think I might have seen that, I forget. But yeah, so you have a lot of older silent films are lost. There's tons of old silent films that are lost. That either were so poorly deteriorated that they just fell apart in the attempt to scan them, or you can find them and you can watch them, but the film itself is so warped and distorted that it's barely recognizable. There's even actually a couple Buster Keaton movies. As much as I love Buster Keaton, there are a couple Buster Keaton movies I will never be able to see, or at least never be able to see in their entirety, because of poor preservation. And they're just gone. Let's see. I am back now. We finished out the gaming in the Noe update. I think it might be my new killer main now. I got like 4 wins with him on my first few legit runs. More than most killers. Nice! Good for you. Also, hello! We're grinding. Even when I am not playing Atlas, I am grinding. remember there was a fire that burned a lot of films. Yep, oh my gosh, a great example. 2 great examples in both Western filmmaking and Eastern filmmaking is back in the day they did not care about, they were not thinking that, okay, in 100 years people are still going to be watching these old movies and are going to care about the history of them, right? Back in the day, studios were not thinking about that. They just thought people aren't going to care about this. There's going to be the next big thing to jump on in a couple of years. Movies are going to be a fad. They're going to be a flash in the pan, but let's make some money off them while we can, right? What was it? Right. And so, Gone with the Wind has this huge, incredible, done all in one take scene that is a depiction of the burning of the South, which is huge. This huge fire that swept over the southern states during during the Civil War. And to do it, it was all done in one shot. Markiplier is very upside down and very distraught about the bite of 87. What did I tell you? I knew that was going to be your reaction. Hello, Mega Wii Master. I literally said, Mega Wii Master is going to be very confused when he comes in later on in the stream and sees upside down Markiplier. Oh yeah, how was your pig roast? I hope your pig roast was fun. I hope it went well. But yeah, so there's this huge scene, and they had to shoot it all in one take because there was no way they could do it otherwise, because everything they were adding into it was going to be destroyed. They did this scene in Gone with the Wind that is a recreation of the burning of the South, and the way that they did it was they took hundreds of old film sets. Some you can even recognize them, like what movies they were in, just by looking at them. Hundreds of old film sets from various movies that have been made at the studio, both fairly recently at the time and back in the silent era, and they burned all of them. They burned all of them to recreate the burning of the South. And there's this shot where you have the main character, Scarlett O'Hara. I forget the actress who played her. I forget her name. It'll come to me later. But you have her riding on, she's driving this horse-drawn wagon out of the South as quickly as possible. She's trying to escape. I think she has her family in the back of the wagon. And all of the sets that she is driving past are really burning, and the horses are really running through this burning landscape. And that goes to show you how much they really did not care about preservation, especially with film props and whatnot at the time. That's hilarious that you knew exactly how I'd react. I was like, somebody's gonna show up later. It's probably gonna be Mega Wii Master. They're gonna be very confused. And then another great example of that, if you go then even a little bit further into the future, is then in the... When was Akira made? Akira was late 80s, early 90s, I believe. So many of the backgrounds, if not all of the backgrounds made for Akira, which are very similar to Metropolis in the excruciating amount of detail poured into them. A lot of the backgrounds, which have all these tiny, itty-bitty, hand-painted-in details, were later used as packing materials or thrown away. And they're these absolutely breathtaking, incredible paintings that you could put in a museum or hang or frame or put in somebody's house or have on display somewhere, and they were used as packing materials, crumpled up, stuffed into boxes, used to package fragile things like you would with old newspaper. And that's incredibly sad and disheartening, but it goes to show how you go back even 40 years and film preservation was not as urgent. It wasn't as thought about as it is today, where people hold on to everything. People save everything. People keep everything. People keep film props. People keep parts of sets. They keep little insignificant things. They keep tools and gear that were used on the filming of a set because they think, oh, this is going to be valuable one day. But you go back even 40 years and nobody was thinking about, oh, people are still going to be watching these movies 40 years from now and appreciating the artistry on display. It's crazy to think about. They really didn't care for the danger of their actors back then. They really didn't. Yeah, they really didn't. But that was part of the craft. Part of the craft was the stunts and doing the stunts live and doing them on screen. You didn't have CGI. Sure, you might have some practical effects you could use, but nowhere near as impressive as the stuff we can pull off today. So they're like, you know what, screw it, we'll just do it live. Let me tell you, if I ever show you Akira, prepare to be confused and disturbed. Lol. Took a lot of viewings to catch them all that happened. Yeah, my brother was telling me that, 'cause he watched it a year or two ago, and he was telling me I really needed to see it. And he told me pretty much the same thing, where he's like, yeah, prepare for this movie to be weird. Yeah. Sorry for the slightly bummer film preservation talk. But what can be taken to heart, and what is kind of a positive out of it, is that for as nonchalant as some things have been when it comes to the preservation of films and film history, is that for every A Star Is Born that is lost, you'll have something like Empire Strikes Back that does get saved in the nick of time. And then you have tons of old film props and things that have been found and been saved. For a great example, speaking of Judy Garland, is Dorothy's slippers from The Wizard of Oz, which there were there was like multiple pairs that were made, obviously, for shooting, some for shooting at different angles, some that were made for scenes where Judy Garland would be dancing, some that would be made for when she was just walking around. There are 3 of them that still exist, and I believe they've all been preserved in one way or another, being either sent to different museums or owned by private collectors, which is really neat, in my opinion. I love seeing stuff get to be in museums. It's actually my favorite part of slasher flicks like Friday the 13th, is learning about all the cool practical effects they use. Same! I love that sort of thing. Some people say that, like, oh, I don't want to know don't show me the behind the scenes. Don't show me the behind the scenes. Oh, when you watch behind the scenes, it spoils the magic, man. It ruins the illusion. I don't believe in the effects anymore when I know how they did it. But for me, it has quite the opposite effect. For me, when I see the effects, and when like the wizard at the end of The Wizard of Oz, when you pull back the curtain and you see the little man operating the giant head, I love that because that gives me an even greater appreciation of how they did it and how they pulled it off. Let's see. First saw it when I was in middle school. Oh boy, what a trip. Nice Hank Hill impression. My name is Hank Hill. I sell propane and propane-related accessories. Damn it, Bobby, I don't want to know how the movie works behind the scenes. You tell me how that wizard's operating the movie from behind the curtain, and you're gonna spoil the whole thing for me, boy. This was removed from Disney Plus as a tax write-off, but they had a show called Pop Culture, where they looked at different things from movies like Mary Poppins and Who Framed Roger Rabbit and more. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I feel like I might have heard that. Some were relatively newer films like Pirates of the Caribbean and Narnia, but it was still cool to see. And keep in mind, Narnia came out in 2005. That movie's 20 years old now. Which makes me feel old, because I remember when that movie came out. I remember when that movie came out because my dad is a huge C.S. Lewis fan, and my brother also loved C.S. Lewis's books. And like we had the animated Lion Witch in the Wardrobe from the 60s, I believe it was, the 70s. We had that on tape in my house, and we would watch that all the time. I remember when the first Narnia movie came out, and how excited we all were for it. And when it came to DVD and we finally all got to see it because we didn't have the chance to see it in theaters. Oh, good stuff. Prop culture, thank you. I misread that. Thank you, Mega. Lies! Hank was obsessed with learning about the magic act. Lies! Hank was obsessed with learning how the magic act was done, where Peggy got out of the piñata. He'd want to know how things were done. Oh. See, this is what I get. I'm the uncultured swine that hasn't seen King of the Hill. I have brought shame upon the name of Hank Hill. Don't listen. If some city slicking boy from New Jersey starts doing an impression of me on his YouTube live stream, don't listen to him. He doesn't know a thing about what he's talking about. All I want is a gosh darn picture of a hot dog. Let's see. Did you know that Kane Hodder, Jason's actor, when they were filming Part 8, the Manhattan one, someone tried to yoink his hockey mask during lunch, but he knocked them out and took it back in that moment. In that moment, right? Kane Hodder stopped being Kane Hodder. In that moment, he became Jason. The spirit of Jason entered into his body and took control. Good thing we have a picture of a hot dog for Hank. Yeah, you bet we do. You bet we have a picture of a hot dog for Hank. Where is it? Where is it? I've got it right here. I got a picture of a gosh darn hot dog. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It is breached containment. Ladies and gentlemen, the lint dog has breached containment. Where is it? There. No, that's not it. That's not it. Where is it? Where is it gone? It is breached. Oh, I found it. I found it. Don't worry. It has been contained. The hot dog has been contained. This is what Mario is in peril over. Mario is in peril because of the hot dog. Here we go. It's nothing but toilet sounds. Let's see. Part 2, another fun fact about the film is during one scene in Part 6, when Jason drives the metal fence post into the car's front window, that was a real fence post. The actor playing Jason had to be super precise while spearing the window to avoid hitting the actress. Oh, jeez Louise. God bless him. God bless him for being careful. Let's see. Oh, golly jeez. Nick Castle, the original Michael Myers, confirms to one of my coworkers at a convention his cat's name is Michael Meowers. Yeah, they're both killers. Oh, that's awesome. I love that sort of thing. I love when actors like name their pets after like characters in the movies they've been in. That's awesome. That's rad. I will admit that this grinding method is not as fast as I may have hoped, but it is working. Not great, but working. Man, I can only... There's a scene like that. There's a scene like that actually in Terminator. I was watching... I saw this come up in Twitter, I think, a while back, where they have a... It's been so long since I've seen the first Terminator, so I don't remember the scene exactly. I think it's the first movie. I don't think it's the second movie. Where they have a scene where, very similar to that, where Arnold Schwarzenegger, as the Terminator, like, reaches through the windshield of a car. Again, very similar to that scene from Friday the 13th. Where, like, he reaches through the windshield of a moving car that's coming towards him. And the way that they accomplished the shot is... Arnold is in... I believe they had, like... This is before you see him actually, like, reach his hand through the windshield, I think. It's, like, as you see him moving towards it, where like Arnold is actually standing in place, and instead they had a matte painting of the brick wall that he's standing next to painted onto the side of a semi-truck, which they then just drove past him to make it look like he was moving speedily towards the car, which is so cool and so clever too. Again, I love that sort of thing. Oh, there's, you know what? For all of my model railway enthusiasts out there, there's a shot in Titanic. Don't mind me as I'm now just geeking out over practical effects. There's a shot in Titanic early on in the movie, before the ship leaves, when Leonardo DiCaprio's character, Jack, is in a cafe near the beginning of the movie. And outside, you see the shipyard where the Titanic is going to be taking off from and where it's going to be leaving from. And there's all this hustle and bustle and stuff going on in the shipyard, including a small dock-working steam locomotive, a little tank engine, that for some reason has a tender, busy bustling about in the shipyard. And the cool thing about it is that that entire shot, I believe the window, they had a big green screen or a blue screen or something outside the window of the cafe set, because obviously they weren't really shooting on that dock. And that entire scene you see going outside the window, that entire background, was shot in miniature with, I believe, I forget what gauge they are, but with a Marklin model steam locomotive that was slightly modified and altered to better properly suit the setting of a British dock. What's especially funny, though, is that the steam locomotive model, the Marklin engine they used, if I'm not mistaken, is one of, if not the exact same type of engine that was used to harvest the chassis from to make the models of Thomas and Duck in the original, model series of Thomas the Tank Engine in the original seasons. So there you go. There you go. Fun train fact, fun movie fact, fun Thomas fact, all in one. Thomas's cousin was in Titanic. Let's see. Apparently only one half of the Titanic for the shots where it's docked, but they had to mirror it and all the actors' wardrobes to stay consistent with how it left port. Kind of begs the question, why not just build the other side to begin with? Phenomenal question. When you are James Cameron, right, and you are absolutely 150% going to go over budget and 150% absolutely going to go over time, that's when you need to cut corners. You know what? I'm just going to turn off my fan real quick and pour myself a little more water, because my mug runneth almost empty, and it's cool enough in here now that I don't need the fan on. I can turn that off. Let me just run over to the sink real quick to fill up my cup. I'm doing a lot of talking, and I'm feeling it in my throat. Oh, I got saving money, but only by building half. I just wonder how they could have just built the correct half to begin with. That is fair. I do get that, but there's a lot of clever workarounds you can do with that. Again, another great example is one of the close-up models. They built a ton of close-up models for the characters in Thomas and Friends, where they wouldn't say build, like, if they needed shots of, say, the conductor hanging out, or not the conductor, the driver or the fireman hang out of the side of, like, say, Gordon or Henry's cab. They wouldn't build an entire huge model of Henry or Gordon. They would just build the cab, because that's all they needed. Annie and Clarabelle are a great example, where they built one big coach model, and then just had either Annie's name or Clarabelle's name written on the left or the right, and then they would just shoot that close-up model from either the left or the right, depending on which character they were supposed to be focusing on. One last Final Fantasy. I almost called it Final Fantasy. One last Friday the 13th fact. In part 7, during the scene where Jason gets hit by a light and crashes through the stairs, Kane had to fall back into the false stairs, but almost hit the real ones at the bottom. Oh, Lord. Oh, jeez Louise. That man almost broke his back live on set. There's actually, I just remembered this talking about Titanic. There's a really cool fact I think is fascinating about the Titanic. James Cameron was so dedicated to historical accuracy and presenting the ship as accurately as possible in the movie, to the point where like they went back to a lot of the original construction and building plans and blueprints of the ship to make sure that pretty much everything was built specifically to like perfectly recreate and mimic the ship. And there was a mystery about the Titanic for the longest time. No one could figure out where the grand staircase in the ship's main foyer went, because for some reason there would have been no way to have moved this grand staircase out of the ship. It wasn't in part of the ship that split open, but for some reason, the remains of the ship that are now at the bottom of the ocean, the staircase is missing. The staircase from the center of the foyer is gone. And no one could figure out what happened to it for years, until James Cameron started making his movie. And keep in mind that a lot of the sets that they built for the interior of the ship were built specifically to be exactly like how the interior of the ship was really built. That's how dedicated they were to accuracy. That when they built the set of the foyer, the main foyer area of the ship, which I know that's probably not what it's properly called, but it's just kind of the easiest way for me to describe it, for you to kind of get the visual picture, the mental picture of it. Obviously, they had to flood some of the sets for shots of the movie as the ship was flooding. And what wound up happening is, as they were flooding the foyer set, the set that had the mysterious grand staircase in it, the staircase came unbolted and began to rise up out of the water from all the water pressure and from being just, damaged by the water. They figured out, they solved, by making the movie Titanic, they wound up solving one of the real-life Titanic mysteries of what happened to the staircase. Hello, Ouija. We are discussing one of your favorite subjects, lost media and practical film-making effects. Practical effects in filmmaking and stuff like that. Behind-the-scenes stuff. Yeah. Also, I'm grinding because I need money. We've got to have more money. I'm grinding coins to buy badges with. I finished the letters. I finished the star pieces. Now we just need badges. Badges is the last of the things. That is the final things. The end of the things. Yeah. We've got to have money. So yeah, lost media. Really interesting stuff. Let's see, in my graduating class senior art show, one of my colleagues presented a series of paintings of the Titanic. Ooh. I have all of these badges, I think. Do I have FP+? I know I have damage dodge and HP+. Let's see. Happy heart, HP and FP, and do I have damage dodge? I think I do. Yes! So let's leave and reload the shop. I need to get 11 badges. Let's see. Kane was also famous for refusing to film scenes where Jason was supposed to kick a dog, stating Jason would never hurt dogs. This is actually canon to Jason's character. He never hurts dogs. I love it when I love it when actors become so involved with a series to, like, they bring so much to the table regarding the characters they play, and they wind up helping to kind of improve the depiction of those characters and how those characters come to life. They help bring those characters to life. I think I have all of these as well. Let's see. Can I sort my badges? No. D down pound. D down pound. I do not have. We'll buy that one. Let's see. You know what's a great example of that, actually? I just remembered. I saw this recently. It was, I forget his first name, but so the guy who voices Plankton in SpongeBob, Mr. Lawrence. Plankton and Karen being married, being a married couple, the mad scientist and his computer wife, them being a married couple and having the mad scientist be just have a wife and be married and have them be madly in love with each other, he thought was a hilarious idea, and adding that to the show and having them be a couple was his idea. I love that sort of thing. Let's see, gotta visit another town to restock the stuff they sell. Yeah. Let's see. Both of my packages that were scheduled for today ended up getting delayed, so that sucks. Oh, I'm sorry, Ouija. I have all of this. Including double dip? I think I have double dip. Let's check. Do I have double dip? I got triple dip. I don't have double dip. Doodle dip. We'll buy double dip. Let's see. My graduating class senior art show, one of my colleagues presented a series of paintings of the Titanic. She even layered the painting so heavily to emulate the grime and buildup of being underwater. Oh, that's fantastic! So it was an art show. Were there any like awards or anything given out? Because I feel like something like that, the dedication to the artistic vision of that on top of the techniques used, that is phenomenal. That is really creative. I hope she got some kind of award for that. Let's see. To be fair, even movies before Kane played Jason, he always spared the dogs. This wasn't new to him. Oh, this wasn't new to him. He just wanted all the movies to understand the character. I respect for that. Yeah, absolutely. That dog was revealed to be alive at the end. Ah! He wanted to make sure. No, this is not how this character is written. Listen, I've played this character before. I've been this character before. I have embodied this character. You must understand. That's not how he works. Our reward was that we got to graduate. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. That's perfectly fair. That is perfectly fair. Let's see. I'm pretty sure you need to buy all the badges in the store, including duplicates. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Oh, Teeter, did you say that? I'm sorry, I didn't realize. No, I'm kidding. I think depending on who showed up and if the artist was willing, people could make an offer to purchase a work. Oh, cool. Well, all that money I grinded for, and I am about to spend all but $4. Good. That's what I wanted. Spend all of the money. Back to grinding for another hour. Well, let's check Mario's house. How many badges left? Hopefully the rest of the ones I need won't be super expensive. I did say another way to make moolah. I know, but Teeter, you need to understand. I want to make moolah, but I want to make moolah ethically. I don't feel right about bashing Wacka. I don't feel good about hitting the whack up. 7 badges left. You know what? I think I can do it. I got an hour. I got an hour to go. We got an hour left. I'm sure we can get enough money. Sure we can get enough moolah, enough cash, enough spondoolie to get that in an hour. I think we can do it. No. Another way? There is another way? Teeter. Super Teeter 64. What is the other way? Can't Wacka, like, permanently die after enough hits? Yeah, he leaves. He's like, I can't remember stuff no good. I'm getting out of here. Let's see. I need to go to the dessert. This is not the way to the dessert. Joe Bob Briggs, the horror host and critic, once said, in a horror film, you can kill as many people as you want, but you can't kill a pet. People get upset. It's true. Oh, it's true. One of my rules when it comes to movies is that if a cat or dog dies, then I'm not finishing the movie. Yeah, no, that's fair. Honestly, there's a lot of things you can excuse in a horror movie, but I find it fascinating how, like, people go to horror movies because they want to be scared. People go to horror movies because they want to see disturbing things. They want to... It's almost like going on a roller coaster, going on a thrill ride. They want that adrenaline rush of being terrified or scared. They want the thrill, right? As soon as you harm an animal, people will go and see murder. They'll see massacres. They'll see bloodshed. They'll see dismemberment. They'll see all these horrifying things in horror movies. But they cannot tolerate an animal being harmed, which is something I find fascinating, and I have a great deal of respect for it because I can't tolerate animal cruelty either. You hurt the dog, and buddy boy, I'm coming for you. Animals are young kids, no go to be. Yeah, kill a child. That's messed up. I don't know if I like you. I don't know if I'm gonna finish watching your movie. Of course, then you have something like the FNAF movie where that's the entire plot, but you know, it's not shown on screen at least. It's implied, it's in the past. You know. It's a plot twist. What a twist! Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Bros. Woo! Shown. Yeah, exactly. Shown. That is one case where it's like, okay, tell, don't show. Normally, I'm a big fan of show, don't tell in my movies, especially in horror movies, but that case, I'll take show for 500, Alex. Wham. You know what's great? You know what's really good? It's the fruit with a twist! I remember I was watching a movie in a theater, and before the final act, the main character's dog gets drowned by the villain on screen. Damn near almost walked out. Fair. That is a perfectly fair reason to walk out. Yeah, if they're gonna hurt the dog, no, I'm out. I'm out of there, man. I'm out. Sorry. You hurt the dog, I hurt you. Yeah. I'm trying to think of any movies I've seen where a pet gets injured and doesn't like recover. There's probably one or two I've seen, probably. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any, but it is late, so maybe that's why. Oh, Pokey. Move faster, Pokey! Not that fast. There we go. Why can't I find the thing I was looking at earlier? Teeter! Teeter, check your browser history. Control-Shift-T! Control-Shift-T! I mean, I know I could go to the playroom and I could gamble, but I feel like that's a little less reliable because I am bad at that minigame. Like, sure, this takes a little bit more time, but the money is reliable. You get a lot of coins from each set of Pokies. Oh, as long as you don't let it despawn. Unless you save scum it. That's true! That's true! But I'm not a complete cheater. And besides, I'll be taking even longer to set up and make little mini save files. But then someone here would call you a hypocrite. Exactly. Someone here would call me a chump. Let's see. Buy Volt Shrooms at Harry's shop, 10 coins each. Go to Tasties. Cook them into hot shrooms. Sell them back to Harry, 15 coins each. Repeat. You know what? That sounds like a faster way to make money. Or maybe we'll get lots of coins if we persuade it. You know what? Let's... I mean, 15 coins each. I don't know. We'll beat this Pokey up, and then we'll try that too. That's why he's only getting the Slide 2 cheats at the end of the game. Exactly! Precisely! Okay. This method of grinding works. It's slow, but it's functional. Let's try another method. There has to be a better way! We'll try it. We'll try it before we buy it. And then we'll dye it. Green. We're going to dye it green. D-Y-E, not D-I-E-T. Let's see. Wait! I know who you're talking about! Man, that guy's so... Yeah, he's a goofball. He's goofy. I love him. I watch his streams every week, but he's goofy. Whenever you hear Goofy go, yeah, he's doing that for that guy. I love, you know what? I love Bill Farmer, the guy who voices Goofy, because like the Goofy scream predates him, right? That's like from the Goofy short films from like the 40s. But he can do it, and he does it perfectly. It's like, yes, yes, Bill, 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 Bill. Okay, we gotta get Volt Shrooms and cook Volt Shrooms and then sell Volt Shrooms. It's not gonna be a crazy profit, but it'll be something. Bill Farmer just naturally sounds like Goofy in his regular talking voice. Yeah, to the point where, like, if you hear Bill Farmer's voice in other things, or even voicing, like, other background characters in the Mickey shorts, it's like, oh, that's Goofy. He's just like Charles Martinet. Where, like, you hear Charles Martinet talking, it's like, oh, that's Mario. It's the same thing with Bill Farmer. You ever see that video of Bill explaining how he does the yep? I actually haven't. I have not seen the video of him explaining how he does the yep. Repel Gel we will keep. Sleepy Sheepy we will sell. Bill and Charles even kind of look like... They do! There was a video I saw of Charles recently that actually made me kind of sad, because apparently something that he's like contractually that he can't do anymore. Apparently Charles is no longer allowed to do the Mario voice in like videos. So, like, you can't walk up to Charles Martinet and be like, hey, can you have Mario saying, okie dokie, and let's cook some beans? You can't, like, he can't record, people aren't allowed to record him doing the Mario voice anymore. If you just walk up to him and say, hey, can you have Mario say, I love hot dogs, right? He'll do it, but he can't do it in videos anymore. And so there was a video I saw of him where, like, somebody brought a real, like, somebody from, like, a zoo or something, right? That was at a convention he was out recently. Brought him a hedgehog, was like, hey, let's record a funny video where you're saying this is Sonic and you guys finally met. He's like, oh, it's a great idea, or something like that, right? And so you see him showing off this little tiny hedgehog that he's holding in his hands, and like the whole time it's like you can tell he wants to do it, that he wants to make jokes and be Mario, but he can't. And it made me kind of sad. It made me really sad. Poor Charles. Government censorship. 1984. Literally Big Brother. Store it with extra care. Thank you, sir. It's obvious to me now what a clumsy, naive, rude... It's obvious to me now that a clumsy, naive, rude like you would never get in a gentleman club like that. Oh, what was I thinking? You're goofy. That's probably a quote from Goofy movie, and I have never seen Goofy movie. Really makes you wonder what's going on behind the curtains at Nintendo. Yeah. I feel bad for, oh, what's her name? For, oh, Princess Peach voice actress. What's her name? It's not Veronica Taylor. That's Ash Ketchum. What is her name? Jen Taylor. Jen Taylor, who is the sweetest woman who voices Peach, or at least did voice Peach. Sam Kelly, is that her? No, Jen Taylor was the one I was thinking of. Like she was for the most recent Peach voice. How she was replaced in Mario Kart Tour, or no, Mario Kart World. And she didn't even find out until the day before the game came out that her voice had been replaced in Mario, that she was not going to be Peach anymore, and her voice was replaced as of Mario Kart World. And I was like, man, I think you're thinking Samantha. Am I? No. No. Am I thinking Samantha Kelly? I thought it... Oh, I am thinking Samantha Kelly. I'm sorry, yes, Samantha Kelly. Jen Taylor was her voice from 2002 to 2007. I'm sorry, my mistake. Samantha Kelly. Yes, no, you guys are right. I'm sorry, my mistake. But how nobody told her, and how she was told after the fact, only after the game was about to come out, that she'd been replaced. And it's sad, and it really does. I feel so bad for them, because they're all such incredible and talented voice actors. I mean, Charles helped create Mario, who he is today. Obviously, he didn't help create the character, but when you think Mario, you think of the Mario that Charles helped to create through being the voice of the character. You think, oh, it's me, Yahoo, let's go. You think of that, and that was thanks to him. And it's sad to see how quickly and how thoughtlessly somebody like that, who has been voicing a character for such a long time and has such a long legacy as them, can just kind of be cast to the side. One does not imagine Mario without the Wahoo. Exactly. Oh shoot! Wait. Make this one. Let's see. Reminds me of NetherRealm, of what NetherRealm did to Raiden's VA. He found out through the announcement. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. DK also had a new voice in Mario Kart World 2. Ooh. It's unfortunate, and it does happen in the voice acting industry, especially the calls, when the calls just stop coming. Look how many times the Sonic characters have been recast, from Dreamcast to 4Kids, and most of the current cast. No, it's true. Yeah. Where, like, in that case, Sega was like, yeah, we want new voice cast, and oh, hey, these guys who are doing it at 4Kids are pretty cool. Let's get rid of the other guys. In the case of the Dreamcast era voice actors, it was a matter of, it was time to renew contract, and Sega did not want to renew the contract. Sega was like, hey, let's go with these other people that are doing it in the anime instead. Which is really sad, because then, you know, we wound up losing, you know, Ryan Drummond and Scott Dreyer and David Humphrey and like all these other phenomenal voice actors. Granted, we did wind up getting, you know, I still love Jason Griffith as Sonic. I think he is fantastic, especially near the end of his time as Sonic, like Sonic Unleashed. He is stellar, and everybody else from that voice cast, I do have a special place in my heart, but at the same time, it's like, man, it sucks, you know? Mario's other famous line, "Do you have any little toadies?" Mario, go fish! No, but seriously, he's the perfect Mario. He is Mario. Charles Martinet is Mario. Like, he is, just like we were talking about with Jason, right? Just like with Jason Voorhees, where, like, Charles helped to create who we know Mario as today. You know, you go back to Mario, I talk about this all the time, I know, but you go back to Mario Teaches Typing, and how having Mario say, you know, Mario was originally just to say something like, "Oh no, you failed, let's do it again," when you would mess up in that game, but instead Charles was like, "Hey, how about we have him say something like, 'Oh, you did really good that time, but I know you can do even better.'" How, like, that idea of being positive and encouraging other people to be their best selves and to be the hero of their own stories and whatnot was instilled in Mario through the man voicing him. And it's sad to see. I have a very strong feeling that it was not an artistic decision at Nintendo. I have a feeling it was not, you know, Miyamoto sitting in the back room or somebody, you know. I have a feeling that probably was a decision that came from the top. That was a Doug Bowser decision, where they're like, well, Charles Martinet is getting older, his voice is changing, we want to make sure that Mario's voice stays young and virtually ageless in terms of the quality of it, so we need to get a new voice actor, we need to recast all of these people because their voices are getting older, and we want these characters to sound consistent for the rest of time. It's one of those things where when you think about the business behind it, you can very much recognize this probably was not... When you consider the fact that the development team that made... Like, a lot of the people who made Mario Kart World are the same people that have been working at Nintendo from a development standpoint since Super Mario Kart, since Mario 1. How you've had these same development teams at the company working there for 40 plus years. And the dedication to the legacy of the developers, I think it becomes very clear that that was not an artistic decision, that was a corporate decision. And it makes me sad. Let's see, I feel like I really gained an appreciation for Mario as a character when Charles described Mario as who I want to be. A good voice actor can go an incredibly long way. Yeah, the one I always think about is Goku, right? When you think about Goku, how, I forget who commonly voices Goku here in the States. I think it's Sean Schemmel. I could be mistaken about that. How Goku has had like the same voice actor in the States for such a long time. But when you go to Japan, right? When you go to the Japanese, the original dub of Dragon Ball, and how Akira Toriyama was like, told the lady he picked to voice Goku, he's like, you are this character, you embody his voice perfectly, this is how I envision him, you are him. And how that lovely old lady, who is now in her 70s, I think, Sean Schemmel is right, he also voiced OG Black Doom. Heck yes! I only know it because of Black Doom. But how that lady, even as an older woman now, is still voicing Goku, and she is still the Japanese voice of Goku, because there is a legacy there, and there's a legacy with that voice, and even though she ages, and not everybody feels that she fits the voice perfectly, there's a history there. And Lucario, yeah, he's also Lucario, which is so rad. Goku is Lucario, that just makes sense. There's a legacy attached to that voice, and attached to the person behind that voice, and how the people making Dragon Ball have such great respect for that legacy. She also voices Gohan. Oh, very nice. Versus something like Charles Martinet, where it's like, well, why should he be treated any different, you know? Get this, that voice actress for Goku, she's 88. What? That's rad. That is so cool. I love that. Oh no, I thought I was selecting a second ingredient, my mistake. But yeah, my hope is that, and you know, I have a lot of respect for Kevin Afghani, because Kevin Afghani is a phenomenal voice actor, and he's a great Mario. He's a very good Mario. He started off a little rocky, but like, over time, he has very much so become a wonderful Mario. But I do still wish we had Charles, and I think it's really sad that Charles is now, even though he's been retired from the role, he's not Mario anymore. I do think it's really sad that he's now held back by limitations he wasn't held back by when he was still Mario. You know, you have countless videos and whatnot that have come from conventions over the years or interviews and whatnot of him talking about being Mario or talking to people and doing the Mario voice. And there was no limitation of, oh no, you're not allowed to say this or do this or say this on camera. It's a shame. Actually, and it's not even Charles Martinet. It's not even Charles Martinet because Tom Kenny is a great example too, where I've seen videos of Tom Kenny where he'll be asked to say something in the voice of SpongeBob by like someone who'll meet him at the street or on a convention or whatnot, and he'll usually have like a piece of paper or his hand or something when he'll go to say something or maybe make a joke that would be a little risque in the SpongeBob voice. He'll cover up his mouth with his hand, or he'll block it with a piece of paper. That way you can hear his voice, but you can't see that it's actually coming from him, as sort of a way of being like, okay, well, Nickelodeon, I can't get in trouble with Nickelodeon for saying something they may not want SpongeBob to be saying, because technically you can't see my mouth, so you don't know if I'm really saying it or not. Let's see, she loves voicing Goku. Good for her. That's awesome. Genuinely, that's awesome. I always think it's sad when you see, like a lot of bigger actors don't always look very fondly on animation and things like that, or even when you have people that will often begrudge the thing that made them famous. They will be so intent on not looking the gift horse in the mouth that they will just completely ignore the thing or be annoyed by the thing that made them famous. And I love when you hear stories about people who just completely embrace the thing that got them fame, such as in her case. Built-in deniability. Tom Kenny figured it out. He did. He's a genius. This is why we love Tom Kenny in this house. Yeah, you know what? This grinding method, it seems a lot more effective. I should have been doing this before. This poor man. This poor man's like, wow, we're selling gangbusters on the Volt Shrooms. Mario just loves those Volt Shrooms. He sells me a lot of hot shrooms, though. I got a storeroom. My storeroom is filled to the brim with hot shrooms, and I don't really know what to do with them all. But Mario seems to know what to do with Volt Shrooms, so it's probably fine. I don't know why my default voice to go to for a lot of these background characters is Southern. It's either Southern or British. Oops, all hot shrooms. It's like Cooper all over again. Sell them back for profit, that's what I am doing. Yes, I am doing it for the money. For the cash, the sponduli, the green stuff, the moolah! Let's see. Volt Shroom. Mario really wanted the Volt Shroom after it was the last thing he needed to cook! It's true. It's true. Listen, I have some very bad memories. I have some very bad memories linked to the Volt Shroom, so I want to make sure that nobody else in the entire world can be hurt by it again. I'm gonna make sure there's not a single Volt Shroom in the shop. All of the Volt Shrooms, they're gone. Want to know why? Because Mario bought them all. Wahoo! Crunchitize me, Captain. Yeah. It's funny. I've never had Captain. Is it Captain Crunch? Yeah, it's Captain Crunch. I've never had Captain Crunch. I never had a lot of. It's funny. I never had a lot of like sugary breakfast cereals as a kid. We would usually get like Frosted Flakes or Crispies. Occasionally, if I was lucky, I would get Pops. I never had like. I didn't wind up having Lucky Charms or anything adjacent to Lucky Charms until we got the Super Mario Odyssey cereal, and a friend bought me a box. That was the only time I have had a cereal with marshmallows in it like that. Oops All Berries the way to go anyway. I had Frosted Mini Wheats this morning. Nice. I've been doing something in the morning. Don't want no Captain Crunch. Don't want no Raisin Bran. Oh, wait, where's that from? Oh, wait, where's that from? I know that. I've been doing something, because I've been able to find it's strawberry season, and so I've been able to find them, like, 2 packages of frost. That's from Eat It, that's right, yes! That's right! Have yourself an egg and beat it. Don't want no Captain Crunch, don't want no Raisin Bran, just eat it. Just eat it. But yeah, I've been doing so since it's strawberry season, and I normally have bananas in the house. And I get myself yogurt to have with my breakfast. For work, I've been making myself these little breakfast parfaits, where I've been cutting the banana and the strawberry into slices, and then I've been dumping the yogurt onto it and covering it with some granola, and then I've been mixing it up real good. Absolutely delicious. Absolutely phenomenal. Incredible stuff. Really good breakfast. Very filling. Very delicious. Let's see. Fun fact, the Navy itself confirmed Captain Horatio Crunch is not a real captain. He's a fraud. He's not a real captain. He just plays one on TV. I like Lenny. Special K for me. Don't tell anyone I live like this. I was weirdly obsessed with Weird Al as a kid. Weirdly. I would listen to Weird Al parodies over the originals. Nice. I used to do that too sometimes. One of my favorite songs of all time, and I talk about it all the time, and one of my favorite Weird Al songs is Hardware Store. It is his magnum opus. He has only ever performed it live twice. Let's see, I don't think I have a favorite cereal. I just kind of cycle between them. That said, I do find myself coming back to Captain Crunch a lot. Nice. He's a phony? A fake? It's a fake? Hardware Store is good. It is. Nothing ever happens in this town, feeling low down. When a friend told me the news. Hey, you know that vacant lot out? Oh. I forget. Where we can go buy bolts and screws. I can't wait. No, I can't wait. When are they gonna open up that door? I'm going, yes, I'm going, yes, I'm going, yes, I'm going to the hardware store. I love that song so much. I can't sing it. I can't remember the words to save my life, but oh my goodness, is it good. Word Crimes holds a place in my heart for being the first song I ever memorized. Dude, as the resident grammar police, I love that song so much. That is such a good parody. I know about the concept of the Oxford comma because of Word Crimes. Found a gif I felt relevant. Amish Paradise is a classic. Yes! Living in an Amish paradise. I churned butter once or twice. Living in an Amish paradise. Gideon, stop copying me. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, you stop copying me first, mister. Copying me, nuh-uh. My lungs couldn't handle listening to anything. Nice. Let's see, I still have Waka on screen in Discord. Look, everybody. Now this was the cereal I liked. This cereal was my jam. I liked this one. I didn't get to have it a lot, but I liked it. If I could save... I'm calling this Mario Loops.gif. Here we have official crossover of Mario and Toucan Sam. And Mario defacing Toucan Sam's beautiful Yoshi fan art. That is from a real Nintendo X Fruit Loops crossover commercial. I do not remember why they made that. I think it was for a promotion. Like, you could send in, like, box tops or something, and you'd get, like, a free Super Mario watch! There's a song I discovered recently thanks to a Deltarune fan animation. Let's see, I'm from Pennsylvania. I can confirm Amish Paradise is accurate. You know what? I've driven through Amish country, like, twice, here, because I'm from New Jersey, and from what I've heard, yeah. White and Nerdy is another one I love singing. Dude, yes. My mom loves that song. There's a song I discovered recently called a group called Dog Police that has big Weird Al energy, and it's called 1-800. And it goes, why should I drive all over town just to find the things that I need when the best things in life can be brought to my door with maximum efficiency and speed? I sit by my TV with my pencil and pad, and I heed every word that it says. An exciting new world of... a brand new world of exciting merchandise, and it's only a phone call away. I'm dialing 1-800. It's really good. It's an earworm, and it's gotten stuck in my head. It's not by Weird Al, but it has, like, the same kind of energy as one of his songs. And it's like, ooh, it's good. I found that because somebody animated good old Spamton G. Spamton for the song. We are forgetting the true classic. Which one? You know what's great? Weird Al's got these two songs that are really long. I was about to mention Albuquerque. Albuquerque is so long. Albuquerque is like 7 minutes long. And it's just this long-winded, nonsensical story about him going to Albuquerque. And it's great. And then there's another one like it. I remember there was this one time. We used to have, when we had cable TV in my house, we would get the video, we had video on demand as part of our TV service through Service Electric. And, hey Mom, what's with all the sauerkraut? And you could just watch things on demand. You could get pay-per-view, there was tons of stuff that was free, and I remember they had a separate section in there where you could just watch music videos. And sometimes they had music video compilations, or you could just, like, go by artist. I remember we were looking through, me and my mom and my sister, we were looking through Weird Al's videos. We watched White and Nerdy, we watched Smells Like Teen Spirit, we watched a couple other ones, and then there was one video that was very peculiar. It's good for you! And my dear mother, sweet mother, she looked at me like a cow looking at an oncoming train, and she leaned right down next to me and she said, "It's good for you!" And there was this one video, I had never heard of the song. I was like, oh, we should watch that music video. And it was called Stuck at the Drive-Thru. And it's this 8-minute long song about this guy and his wife, and it's a parody of, like, those cheesy romance music from, like, the 2000s and late 90s. It's this 8-minute long song about this couple stuck in the drive-thru. And I was looking at her, and she was looking at me, and I was looking at her, and she was looking at me, and it's so stupid. And I remember, like, we walked out, right? It was on the TV, obviously. But, like, we walked away from that music video being like, we're never watching Stuck at the Drive-Thru again. It's 8 minutes long, and it feels like a half hour. Yeah. As a Milo Murphy's Law fan, I appreciate that he recently performed the theme at a concert back in May. Can I show you guys something cool? I learned about this thanks to KG. KG introduced me to something. You want to know something really... Since we're talking about Weird Al, and I'm gushing about Weird Al, right? I need to show you something. I need to show you someone. You need to know something. Since we're talking about Weird Al. And I don't know when else I am going to have the ability to share this knowledge. Did you know? Did you know that this is a real official character? There is a character in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic named Cheese Sandwich, who is a party planning extraordinaire inspired by Pinkie Pie, who plays the accordion and sings and has big frizzy brown hair and is voiced by Weird Al Yankovic and is literally just Weird Al Yankovic's Pony Sona. And his name is Cheese Sandwich. And I love him. He's beautiful. I love that Weird Al just shows... I love Weird Al just shows up in cartoons. Weird Al just shows up in cartoons. Whether it's singing the theme song to Milo Murphy's Law, or being Cheese Sandwich from My Little Pony, or just being in Back at the Barnyard, or just other cartoons. Weird Al just is a cartoon character. And he just appears... and he's just there, and we don't question it. Stuck in the Drive-Thru was written to be very mundane because so much happens in the original. It really does. Weird Al was on the Annoying Orange Show. Was he? He didn't just sing the Milo theme. He was the voice of Milo? Excuse me? He voices the titular character of Milo Murphy's Law, Milo Murphy? I didn't know that. I need to watch Milo Murphy's Law now. Everybody Pokemon. Yeah, he did the Pokemon. I love Weird Al so much. He's like Peter Lorre when he just appeared. It's true. He is like Peter Lorre. Weird Al is the modern day Peter Lorre. Oh, please, sir. I love all the dumb Peter Lorre cameos in old Looney Tunes cartoons. I need more Weird Al in my life. I need more Weird Al in my life. There's another great one by him. My mom loves the Backstreet Boys, right? She loves the Backstreet Boys. She was huge into them in the 90s, the early 2000s. She has like all of their albums. She has all of their albums on CD. And I remember one of her favorite Weird Al songs is I found it on eBay. One of the Tugs has it? Really? One of the Tugs? I need to watch Tugs. This is Tugs. I need to watch Tugs now. They really liked making fun of Peter in those old cartoons. They did. There's a bunch of old actors like there's like him, Humphrey Bogart, Jimmy Stewart, that one character actor that had like the really like big bug eyes. I forget his name. There's a ton of those old like cameo actors that they would parody all the time. I also need to watch Tugs. I've seen clips, but never the full episodes. I know that that's just where David Mitten goes insane with pyrotechnics and has a great time. Oh man, I remember the eBay Weird Al song now. Your mom knows good Weird Al. She does. You need to keep in mind. My dad, right? My dad introduced my mom to Weird Al. My dad, in the 80s, got in on the ground floor of Weird Al. My dad used to listen to Weird Al on the Dr. Demento show. My dad freaking loves Weird Al and introduced my mom to Weird Al and then introduced the rest of us, the rest of the family, to Weird Al. I think Thunderbirds has more crazy David Mitten pyrotechnics. True, but then there's the episode Munitions. I believe it's called Munitions, where they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna make everything explode, and it's gonna be great. Yeah. Which, let me just say, the Weird Al movie was hilarious. Mega, you took the words right out of my mouth. I love that movie so much. I watched that. Did I rent that movie? Yeah, I think. No, it was free on the Roku. It was free on the Roku channel, so I watched it. And oh my goodness, I love it. It's the best kind of stupid because it's intentionally stupid. It is so perfect as a Weird Al movie because it is a parody of every single rags to riches music artist documentary movie that's ever been made. And then parodies a bunch of other movies and film genres too. And it just takes everything to the farthest extreme. And it's hilarious. I love it. I love his dad that works at the job factory, right? And where at one point in the movie, like, Weird Al, who's played by Daniel Radcliffe, so you have Weird Al being played by Harry Potter. It's just like, like he's in the factory, and it's just like undescribed work. It's like, what do you even do here? What do they even make in the factory? Exactly, yeah. Let's see. I'm not even at all a lie. He actually did record My Baloney. Is it Bologna or Bologna? I forget how it's pronounced in the song. In a bus station bathroom, and he did get his accordion from a door-to-door set. Really? That's funny. That devil's squeeze box. I find it funny how, like, there's so... That's what's great about that movie, is that, like, there's real stuff. There's real stuff in Weird, which is just called Weird. There are, like, factual things in that movie, but they're so constantly mingled in with the nonsensical parody elements that it's like Gene Wilder at the beginning of when you first see him in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where he had this big point about playing the role where he insisted with the director that when Willy Wonka first comes out of the factory, that you see him slowly walking with a cane, and the audience winds up thinking, oh, he's a cripple, and like everyone in the crowd thinks, oh, he's a cripple. And then he does, the cane gets stuck in a brick, and he does the rolling forward somersault, and then leaps up into the air. And how Gene Wilder very specifically wanted that in the film, because he wanted the audience to then question from that point forward whether or not Wonka was lying to them. He never wanted the audience to know whether or not he was being sincere, telling the truth. And so the Weird Al movie, the Weird Al Yankovic story, I believe that's what it's called, is very much so the same way, where, like, there's actual facts mixed in there, mixed in with the insane hyperbolic parody elements, that you really have no clue what is or isn't the truth. And I love it. Let's see, and then when he sings, it's Daniel Radcliffe playing him. And when he sings, he's dubbed over by real Weird Al. Oh, I am not paying attention. Make this one. And what's especially funny is that the real Weird Al, real Al Yankovic, plays himself in the movie as the part of his record label agent. Gotta keep him guessing. Exactly. Really weird, really. Yes, correct. Gotta keep the audience on their toes. Gotta keep them wondering. What's the truth? What's the lie? Who's goofing? Make this one. It's an absolutely bizarre, and like if you like absurd humor, right? If you like absurdist humor, if you like things like, good examples I can think off at the top of my head are not necessarily internet humor. I'm not talking internet humor, but just like, it's funny because it's bizarre, right? If you like Smiling Friends, or if you enjoyed Half-Life VR, but the AI is self-aware, that kind of thing. If you enjoy that kind of humor, you will love Weird, because it is very much so that brand of, this is insane, and it knows it's insane, and it's trying to be insane, and it's hilarious in the process. Everything taken to the absolute farthest confusing extreme, and I love it. Well, you see, Michael Jackson released this song called Beat It. It's not about food, it's about fighting or avoiding fighting. I'm not really sure. And then you have Daniel Radcliffe, who absolutely decimates the phone, having this huge temper tantrum about some unknown man who's never been heard of before called Michael Jackson, parodying his song. Michael Jackson? Like the Jackson 5? Actually funny, absurd humor. Exactly. It's great. It's bizarre and I love it. Well, I'm not, I'm wondering if this has been a slower process. I'm wondering if this was a slower process than grinding coins with pokies. I'm actually not sure now. I feel like the amount of money I have made with the buying and selling of Volt Shrooms has almost been about the same amount of money I've made. I don't know, 'cause I'm not sure. I think pokies are yeah, I think grinding the pokies might have actually been faster. I mean, we learned this. This is how we found out, right? But I think grinding pokies might have been faster. Gideon, I sent you something. You sent me something. What you got for me, Luigi? Where's my mouse? Here it is. What you got for me? I can't even be mad. I can't even be mad.
This is the final Paper Mario 64 stream.
Shane, this has been the 4th final Paper Mario stream by GSVProductions you've shown in class this month. Yeah. I missed them all, except Shane! Look at all those hot shrooms. Okay, well, I promise. I guarantee. Okay, here's the plan. Well, before we end up the stream tonight, I am gonna quickly run over to the badge shop, and we will buy some more of the badges that I am missing. Maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to buy them all. I doubt, though, because we only have 287 coins, and I have a feeling I'm gonna need a lot more than that. But I will say this. It's a series, it never ends. It goes on and on, my friend. Oh. Shoot, Teeter, what's the melody of that song? If you look at these hot shrooms, they've got hot shrooms. Hot shrooms, hot shrooms. Hot shrooms, hot shrooms. You'd think they've got hot shrooms. Ah, buddy, I'm cleaned out. I've got nothing more to sell. Oh, you're one serious repeat customer. I can practically retire now. This town's really nice, but I think I'll take a trip. Thanks, bud. You're the man. Oh, is that it? Wait, did we buy all of Ralph's badges? Oh, that was not Little Mermaid. That was a hardware store. when you look at all those hot shrooms. They've got hot shrooms, 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 hot shrooms. See, I can sing that version of Hardware Store. Yeah, that's it for Ralph's badges. Oh. Then that would mean any and all badges that I am missing would be found in the overworld. I bet that a kid watching would see that I, a cartoon character, was easily able to do this, and would imitate my behavior to do it too. 74 of 80 badges. I am missing 6. 6 badges missing. Well, I feel like we had a lot to buy. I feel like we did, yeah. Bowser's Castle has 1 badge, to my knowledge. There's 1 badge in Bowser's Castle, which means I probably missed some stuff on the overworld. So here's what I'm gonna do. I might, simply for the sake of not boring everyone and wasting everyone's time, I will either... Merlovely might reveal some... Can Merlovely reveal badge? Wait. Real quick, before I hop out for the night. Does Merlovely reveal badge locations, too? I thought she just did shine sprites and the super blocks. Does she reveal the locations of badges? Oh my goodness. I did not realize that. If I realized there were so few badges left for me to purchase, and that she could tell me where they were, I wouldn't have wasted all that time grinding up some money! Oh. Here, let's get a quick badge fortune. Would there be something else we're not thinking of, like the Pianta Parlor? Maybe? Let's see. Ponder the Cooper. A Dizzy Stomp badge. Inside a volcano, close to where a strong hammer hides, the lava flow has been slowed. From there, you descend the stairs to find a metal block in your way. You smash the block with your new hammer and enter the room beyond. There lies the badge. Okay. Well, we know where to look. She'll tell us where the last 4 badges are. That we will do next week. Looks like we got badge hunt for next time. It shouldn't take too long, though. There's only 4 badges missing. And then once we've got those 4 badges... oh no, exactly. Once we've got those 4 badges... Well, actually, no! Correction! My mistake. No, there's 3 badges missing. Because one of them is in Bowser's Castle. So... next week, we will go into the great unknown, hunting badges. We will find the last 3 badges real quick at the start of the stream. I might even get the fortunes in advance and write them down so I know where to look. And then we'll just go get them. And then it's off to Bowser's Castle. We are at the end of the game. It's here. Next week, we're probably going to finish Paper Mario. That's a little saddening, but very exciting. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all had a good time tonight. I certainly did. You should heal and save, you chump. You know what? You goober. I'll do exactly that. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in tonight, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good night tonight. I certainly did. This was a really fun stream. We got some progress. We made some progresso. We're almost there. It's almost time. The end is nigh. It is at hand. Ouija just sent me something. What was that? Oh no, that was just a notification of the last thing you sent me. Cool. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Chumps and chumpettes. Teeter called you guys chumps. I would never call you guys chumps. I call him a chump. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you all have a blessed and wonderful night. And as always, as we say in the cartoons, that's all, folks!
Was that the bite of 87?